live. Howdy y'all. Sorry for the late stream. I had a meeting earlier today and had to do all the meeting stuff. And then I took a nap, which is why I was late. Okay, anywho. Let me go ahead and mute this here. And let's get started. I've got a list of tasks to do. Let me pull this up real quick. Alright, so we've got this. So hold on, let me reply to this thing. Alrighty. So, the goal for today, you might notice this thing here. It's Han, right? This is, also, I gotta get chat open as well. And let's refresh that, and then move it over here. E4, howdy, how's it going? So, you might notice this matchmaking thing from Han if you've ever played it. Dota also has something similar. The downside right now is Funi doesn't. So if I try to do a matchmaking on Funi, here's what it looks like. And if I close out of it, it closes, right? So that's not great. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna implement something like this so that instead I'm able to kind of start matchmaking and then it's gonna like pop up here and you can maybe move it around and then close out of it to leave the matchmaking queue. And that way you can matchmake while you're in a room and everything should just magically work. All right, let's see. Let's see. Other than that, what are some of the other things I want to get done today? Sorry, I'm like replying to people on Discord as well. Okay, so there's another bug, apparently, where there's an extra person in match-made games, this fiscal dachshund. And that doesn't make any sense, does it? So, I suspect spectate equals true. Is it spectate? I think it's spectate. So I can join and spectate. Yeah, I can see there's two players. They're playing a game of pool. I should probably make it more obvious that you can actually just spectate people. Because right now it's like so not obvious. But it's definitely something. Okay, anywho, why is it that match-made games always have fiscal dachshund? How the hell does this happen? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because the game was created with fiscal dachshund. I think I have an idea of what's going on here. So let me try this. Let's make a new room. Let me close out of some of these browsers that I have. I've got like Edge open and I've got like Chrome open and Firefox open. All these other things. Photopea is pretty cool too. Check this out. This is Redis. It's crazy. Look how many commands this is processed. What number is this in anyway? I don't even know what number this is, but it's some massive number. So like if I zoom in here and we go, let's do red. I need like a smaller, how do I, okay, change the size this way. If you're not familiar with Photopea, 18 billion, thanks Dark Sky, I appreciate it. I'm gonna just make that easier for people to see. And you are correct, that is almost 19 billion commands processed, which is crazy because if you go to Upstash and you see like, okay, how much would this cost? It's wild. Keep in mind, this is over a period of 3 months. 3 months. So, my monthly Redis cost, if using Upstash, and assuming that I don't have to pay extra, assuming just paying for the commands, is going to be 20 cents per 100k. Commands, is there a way to double check this? Oh, here we go. Commands per second. This doesn't, like, this is pay as you go, but this is fixed pricing, so I'm wondering if it just goes into fixed. I think it does. So, I mean, it seems like Upstash is probably pretty solid, right? I don't think there's extra cost per command here. Like, the bandwidth is a little pricey, but yeah, come on, it's Redis. The bandwidth is going to be nothing. So Upstash honestly seems decent. Yeah, it's more expensive. It's like 20 times more expensive than Hetzner, but it's not like crazy. How did I learn of Upstash? It might have been Theo, maybe. I don't remember. I'm not sure if I learned of Upstash through Theo or if someone in my stream mentioned it. But I've known about Upstash for a long time. I don't use it on Funi because it is more expensive. Right? And their limits are a bit low. So if we take a look at Funi, you can see that right now we're using about 2,000 commands a second. At peak times, this can get to about 3,000. And you can see that even if I was doing the fixed pricing here at $680 a month, that is still going to be less powerful than a single $13 VM. Yeah, $13. That's the markup here. So this is like 50 times more expensive. And then if I did this pay-as-you-go pricing, which I can't even do because the max commands is only 1,000, but if I could, the cost would be like 18,000 million billion. Divide by 100,000, because that's per 100,000, times 0.2. It would be $36,000. Oh my god. Divide by 3, right? Because this, again, this is over 3 months, so we gotta be fair. My Upstash bill would be $12,000 a month for Funi. And needless to say, that would break the bank. What do I use for the $13 VPS? I use Hetzner. So Hetzner is one of the best right now. They're still extraordinarily competitive. They raised their rates recently because you used to get 20 terabytes of bandwidth for free, which was wild because if you just got like the cheapest instances, that was basically like less than $1 a terabyte. And you still get charged like $1.10, $1.20 per terabyte on overages after, and I think you get like 5 TBs free or something, some amount. Might be a bit less. It's still amazing, and it's still like the best. How many users or players do I have at Funi? At any given time, there's usually like somewhere around like 1 to 400 concurrent users, and over a month, it's about 1 million monthly active users. I think it's like 30,000 a day. And if we go to Firebase, we can kind of take a look a little bit closer and see exactly what that looks like. So if I go to usage here, you can see the daily active users is about 40,000, 30,000, somewhere around there. And you can see that so far this month, we're at 120,000. Just assume like 30K a day or something. 30,000, yeah, because there's 30 days, yeah, so about like 900K to 1 million. And if I don't include anonymous, we go down a little bit, so it's about 11,000 registered users. Kind of wild. 11K registered users a day? Jesus. Am I a developer at Miniclip? No, I'm not, Unsaved. I am a developer on Funi. Funi is a casual, massively multiplayer game site that I built over the last 5 years. And you can check it out, funi.com. It's been amazing. I'm gonna make a video that goes over the architecture of Funi and all of the things that I learned over the last 5 years building this, and common pitfalls like serverless and when that might be useful, when it's not, and how to keep your costs under like $1,000 even when you're building a platform as large as Funi. There's still ways you can do it for very cheap, and there's kind of like this pyramid. So I'll go over this more in the video, but I kind of wanted to show this real quick. There is this pyramid of cost. It looks like this. No, this, okay, here, we'll go over the pyramid. Okay. So up here, this is going to be your bare metal. Assume this is $1. This is bare metal. And then this is also Hetzner. Hetzner is going to be about twice as expensive as bare metal, but they manage everything for you, and I think it is well worth it because you get flexibility. So with bare metal, there's like a lead time of like a week or a few days or whatever, because you have to procure servers, you have to stick them in a database, or like, not, sorry, not a data center, and that is very problematic. If you have an outage or something, a lot of the times you don't actually have to go to the data center because you can supply parts, and then the people who work at the data center can just replace parts for you, and kind of, but it's not ideal, right? And it's, you lose a lot of flexibility. So I'm not a super big fan of bare metal. So that's why we go with like something like Hetzner or OVH. OVH, I've heard their networking is not quite as solid as Hetzner. You might have some more downtime, but these are both solid choices. So that's at $1. The next tier up from there, we're at $10. It's a big jump. Every time it's going to be like an order of magnitude jump, but this is going to like ideally reduce the complexity of setting all the stuff up. How many years did I say? Funi has been built over 5 years. What do I recommend for storing large files of assets? It kind of depends, Dark Sky, what you mean by that. Do you mean you need like a few gigabytes, but then you're serving terabytes of traffic? If something like that, where it's a bit more static and it's like per build, Cloudflare Pages is fantastic because it's free. If that's not your use case and you need a lot of bandwidth, you might want to look into something offered by Hetzner. They have a couple of like bucket options, which I believe are S3 compatible, and that's going to give you a very low cost. If you want something that's a bit easier and also S3 compatible, Cloudflare R2 is a nice solution. S3 is a little bit more expensive than R2, but when you start getting into S3 and R2, even though this is kind of the industry standard, you're going to have a lot of cost when it comes to egress, like retrieving your files. So gigabytes of file sizes. Again, S3 or something can be fine, but it's going to be far more expensive. It also depends. How durable does this need to be? If you're okay with some file loss, then you know, you could stick it on like some bare metal server or something like Hetzner or whatever. And if you just don't care too much, it's fine. It'll be very cheap. If you need lots of nines of availability and uptime, and you really can't lose this data, S3 or R2 is fine. But again, you're going to have this markup. So here's things like AWS, GCP, pretty much any of the cloud providers. DigitalOcean kind of falls in here, right? Azure, etc. Oracle, I guess. And then you have the next tier up, which is $100, and this is Vercel. It's a triangle. This is the Vercel logo. So this is Vercel. It's gonna be about 100 times more expensive. So if you're trying to scale, then you don't want to go with something down here. This is kind of like a noob trap, or this is like you're just starting out and you have no traffic, no users. That's kind of where you would use this. So basically, as the number of users grows, you kind of move up the pyramid, right? So here we have 0 users. That's when you would use something like Vercel. And then as you start gaining users, you start moving up here. So this is maybe like 1 million monthly actives. Of course, this depends also, like this could be 1 to 10 million or more. It really just depends on how much your service requires per user. Did I start with Vercel? No. No, I started over here because I understood that Funi would not use this ever. The problem is it's not as configurable, the cost is really high, and you might have to make certain concessions that might be a little tricky to move off of. Going between these tiers is easier because these are much more similar. You can run similar workloads, you can do something with Docker files, etc. This tier down here typically involves things that are a lot more custom, and so it's a bit more of a pain to migrate away from. Vercel's a trap alone, even with not many users. They charge a lot for runtime. Yeah, but I mean, if you don't have many users, like your cost is still going to be about 0. You wonder how much it would cost, considering I do a lot of WebSocket requests. We've run the numbers a few times, and it would cost, I think, like tens of thousands a month easily. Did I start with the EC2 stuff, or with some Elastic Load Balancer? I started with GCP, which was basically like EC2 stuff, and I had a load balancer, but I didn't do like auto scaling. So auto scaling, I think, is a bit of another noob trap. It sounds cool, it sounds efficient, like you only scale up and down as needed, but there's this kind of thing that happens with user count, which is that your load stabilizes over time. So your load might look something kind of like this. This is server load. Maybe up here is like lots of CPU, not much CPU or something, or bandwidth or whatever else, right? And now over here, this is like your user count. So as your user count increases, this is kind of a shit chart, but anyways, when you have very few users, your usage looks like this, right? You have these huge peaks and these huge troughs where there's like nothing happening. So you might think that auto scaling makes a lot of sense for something like that, but the platforms that even offer auto scaling is you're going to be on like AWS GCP. It's going to be more expensive anyways. It's easier to just set up like a single VM. You run the workload when you need to. You just run it like hot the whole time or whatever. Like it's okay like to kind of pay a bit excess because it's like a $5 VM, right? So if it's receiving no traffic and you have periods of downtime of like no usage, you don't care, right? Because it's so cheap. But then as your user count increases, like let's say you have a whole shit ton of users, your usage looks more like this. So the difference here is only like 30, 40, 50%. So this is like during the day, like peak hours, and then this is nighttime. And you can see this on Funi. Like right now, this is kind of like a low traffic time and we're like 130 rooms. And then during peak time, it's like 250 rooms. So it's a lot more balanced, right? And so you don't really need the whole auto scaling thing quite so much. You don't really have like a huge burst of traffic. And if you do, you can use something that kind of solves this problem. I'm getting these like notification things again. I swear to God, there's like something on YouTube that causes like this bling sound that I hear, and I still have no idea what it is. But I can go. Well, let's see. Where the hell probably the messages come from. How many backend instances do I have? It kind of depends. I normally like scale these things up. How do I have negative diamonds? I was testing something and I just left it as negative. Hold on. I keep hearing this bling and I still have no idea. There's nothing on YouTube though that I can tell, so I don't know where the hell is it. Oh, maybe it's a kick thing. You know what? No, it can't be a kick thing. Oh, I mean, I guess it could. Let me see. We've got Bontrix chat. Spotify kick alerts. I do have kick alerts on. Let me disable that. Maybe that's the sound. Okay, what the hell? It's still coming in. Oh, fudge. Get an alert widget. Firebot overlay. I'm not sure. So yeah, I actually scale them up. Just trying to remember off the top of my head how I normally do this. So I got Kubernetes. And then I have like updates. And I think it's, yeah, I've got like this environment. Let me just double check, make sure this doesn't have anything in it. Yeah. So here you can kind of see I have this environment example here. So if I open up .env, I just increase the number of workers that I want, like this number here. And then that will increase how many servers I have. So it takes me like a minute or two to scale up Funi. It's very easy. And then I have more capacity. So I will do this usually like when there's like a new release or something, like we're going on like a new platform. And I just kind of try to keep Funi relatively low usage. And it works just fine. Howdy beef. You should only auto scale when average demand increases on 5 to 10 plus minute intervals. Yeah, but like I've never actually needed auto scaling. Alrighty. And you asked about backend instances. So this is what Funi looks like. There's 5 workers currently, and I can just bump those up as needed, right? And they're fairly powerful nodes now. So if I go to Hetzner, you can kind of see. So there's 2 kind of ways that you can scale. You can scale horizontally or vertically, right? And the way that I do it is I just kind of do both. So I'll scale it both horizontally, and then when I'm like, okay, we've got like 10 nodes, I don't need quite that many, then I'll scale it vertically. And I just kind of keep slowly expanding it one way and then the other. So you can see right now the instances are getting beefier, right? They're CCX 33s. So if I go to add server, you can kind of see how powerful that is. So this is a CCX 33. So you can see I've got a lot of room to grow vertically, and then I have a lot of room to grow horizontally as well. So we could probably have like 100 nodes running. So that's like 20x scale, and then this is a 6x here, so that's 120x pretty easily. How many master worker nodes do you run with? 3 masters right now, because I want to make sure that if one master goes down, everything's fine. And then I'm running 5 worker nodes. When Funi first started, I was running like 3 worker nodes of CCX 13 or something. Far cheaper. But as Funi continues to grow, I increase this. That's one of the clusters, and then the other cluster is not ideal. It only has 2 really beefy servers, which is not what you want, because if one of them goes down, now you're at half capacity. So that's bad. And you kind of need like an odd number. So having just 2, I could get into like a bad situation, which would increase downtime. How many different images are deployed in this instance? There is the game server. There is an orchestrator. And who wants a 3rd beefy server? Maybe someday, Andy, or Senpai. Let's see. Then we got games, we got chess. So here's another image or whatever. So different games, there's like microservices sometimes I'll have. I tend to do microservices when it's like chess or something, right? Like, because this is running like some different codes. If there's like a crash or something, I don't want to take down a server. So anytime there's like complicated code that's like standalone, I move it off into its own service. And that helps maintain uptime. Like the game servers, they don't really die. Although there is something really nice about kind of reaping old servers. So for example, Funi has like this 80-20 rule. So 80% of the servers are meant to be receiving traffic, and then the oldest 20% are kind of waiting to die. So they're not receiving new connections, and then they'll die, and then it just kind of resets. I think I have to fix the code. Something is a bit funky going on there. I'm not sure why they're hanging around, but ideally that would be happening all the time. YouTube content, how I set up my infrastructure. Yeah, we're gonna make it, that's like the next video, Flora, is I'm gonna go like do a deep dive. I'm gonna condense all this information like as much as I can, and I'll make a YouTube video going over everything and all the lessons I've learned, like serverless, etc. You'd love to see that? I think a lot of people would. We'll go over ways that you can cut costs and how like you can save tons of money, and we'll go over a lot of like pitfalls and gotchas like Auth0, Clerk, Vercel, etc. Upstash, when to use any of these, when not to use them, most of the time. It just kind of depends, right? You would like and subscribe that video? Oh, thank you, Roz. Well, I do have a YouTube, so go ahead. You can check it out. There is a video that I posted a few days ago. I don't know if y'all have seen it, but oh yeah, let me go ahead. I should pin that video just in case. I imagine most of y'all have seen it at this point, but I will get the new video out probably within a week. I'm hoping within like 4 days or so. My goal is 1 video a week. I think we can achieve that. Okay, so the goal for today then is to do this matchmaking thing. Using the sticker thing? Yeah, the sticker thing. From, whatchamacallit? It's called Replicate. This thing. I swear to God, I don't know where this thing came from. How long does it take to edit the video? Not too long, actually. I mean, I don't do a good job editing the video, but the anime thing? Yeah, the anime thing. It's for science, guys, okay? It's for science, alright? It's science. Okay. So then we go to 1 in a row here. We've got this matchmaking. Let's go ahead and make it so that instead of a dialogue, nothing but scientists? Exactly. We're gonna pop it over here. We're still gonna have the dialogue, but we're gonna have a different component. So that means I need a matchmaking store, and then we'll go from there. Where is my JetBrains? Here it is. Alrighty. You can't show this code on stream? Hold on. Okay, we'll do the achievement stuff later. There's some achievements that I want to mess around with a little bit, and I'm going to make them more interesting. There's going to be an actual way to influence your odds. Howdy, Mark. But I can't show it on stream. It's got to be a little bit secret. I can't reveal the secrets. It's for the community to find out eventually. Gotta get like some Funi conspiracy theories going or something. Okay. So let's go to match. Okay, I got matchmaking button. I want to have a matchmaking store. Export const matchmaking store. And this is going to be create global store. It's my favorite thing ever for managing state on React. And what do we want to do here exactly? Obviously, I want to know if I'm matchmaking. So that would be game ID, and that's just going to be null as game ID or null. Game ID user is currently matchmaking Q4. Perfect. And now I need like a listener. And so what's going to happen is we're going to have a component. It's going to be listening on this state. And whenever it's happy, we'll just do some stuff. Okay, so how do I want to do that? This is like a banner. So we have a winner banner. And it's kind of like an alert. Is it a banner or is it an alert? A banner or an alert? What do you mean winner banner doesn't have any usages? What? What, nothing has winner banner? No way. Oh, I'm in a directory, that's why. Okay, that makes more sense. Team score screen, game reward. Okay, so it's like a thing that shows up. I don't think this is a banner. I think this is an alert. So let's make an alert. Where do I normally stick my alerts? So React component base. Main container has like an old browser alert. I guess I haven't really moved them out into their own area because we kind of just do our normal thing where the alert is within and it's not like exposed. It's not exported. That makes sense. Do I need to export it here? I think I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Where do I want this? I'm thinking I want this to be like at kind of like the main thing. It's gonna be kind of like main container or some like outer area. Probably this. What's in main container? Uncle Bob loves my comments on the code. Good, Grumpy. Good. I like my comments as well. It really helps when you're trying to like manage a 150,000 line project to be able to see your comments and understand the code just by reading the comments. So it's very helpful. Okay, I think this is where we want to stick it because you can see here we have the main container. It's got like a status updater, old browser alert. There's a bunch of like alert thingies. This seems like a really nice spot to stick it. So I guess we just call it a matchmaking alert. Now, how complicated is the code here? 300 lines, we're getting kind of complicated. We have a lot of banners. We could maybe consider moving some of this out. This is one of those things where I really, really, really wish that we had package private. So in Java, package private means that like only things in that package or that folder are able to see that piece of code. So this is really nice for managing complexity because you're not polluting your global namespace, it's only the stuff in that package. So for example, I could have a folder for main container, and then instead of main container, I can have a file for the matchmaking alert, which main container uses, but you know, maybe this file is getting a bit large and I don't want to stick it in here. Unfortunately, we don't have that in TypeScript, so we have to make do without it. So I'm just going to call this matchmaking alert, and that's going to have a dependency on the matchmaking store. And that should be fine. Howdy, monkey. How's it going? I might consider moving this matchmaking store out into its own file. And that way we don't have quite so many dependencies and all this other stuff. But I don't think it's too big of a deal. So let's see. You know what? Let's do that just in case, because I don't like if I pull in this whole file, there is a chance that our main bundle size will increase. If nothing else needs that, right? Because this is the main container, so let's not do that. Let's make it a little bit better. Okay, do I want to move matchmaking out? I almost do. You know, this is more of a... Let's see, what do we have here? We got games along with a bunch of stuff. Game factory, use selected state index. Matchmaking is very related to games, so sticking it in the games folder makes sense. I probably need like another folder. I should have structured this a little differently. Okay, that's fine. Let's do a matchmaking folder. Matchmaking button. Move all this out here. Cool. And then I can have a matchmaking store. Which is just this, and now we don't have a dependency on the whole thing. Like, I'm not going to pull everything in from the main container, so that's really nice. Go ahead and clear this up. Alrighty. And now I can just create a little alert. There's two ways I can do this. I might even, you know what, I might even consider making the alert over here. But I don't want to. Let's inline it for now. We'll see how big it is. If it's small, we'll keep it in the main container file. And if it's a large, we'll move it out. Alright, so game ID obviously is not going to come from there. It's going to come from matchmaking store. That game ID. Perfect. What else do we have? Well, obviously we don't have this is matchmaking. Return. If not a game ID, then we're not matchmaking. Otherwise, we are. What kind of classes we want? Fixed, top 12 probably is a bit too far from the top. Probably top 4 is probably more like what I want. The Z index being extremely high is what we want. I don't know if it needs to be that high, but it does need to be on top. That's going to be important. Finding match is important, but we need a way to leave the matchmaking queue. And I think that's going to be very simple. I think what we do is the matchmaking store is kind of going to be responsible for this. If there is a game ID set, then we need to be matchmaking. If there's no game ID, we shouldn't be matchmaking. This is set to null. Matchmaking will stop. Now it's a bit more obvious that we can just set the value to null. Can I give a high-level overview how matchmaking works? Sure. So, I guess this is something we could make another video about too at some point in Sephiroth. How do you implement matchmaking, especially with like an ELO system? So what I'm doing is I'm using Redis for this, and the reason I'm using Redis is because matchmaking is pretty ephemeral. You don't need long-lived matchmaking, right? If it crashes or goes down, what any reason like that, who cares? It'll come back up, everything will be fine. Redis is also really nice because it gives you expirations on everything. So I can expire keys and then I don't have to worry about it. And you might say, oh, well, what about sets and maps and other things? Well, we've got that. So in Redis 7.4, we got each expire. And if you're not using 7.4, that's okay too, because you can always build your own. It's not fine if you missed out? Yeah, okay. I'm sure it'll be fine. you know, many fish in the lake or whatever they call it. So anyways, so here we got matchmake. Yeah, many fish in the bucket, exactly. It's like shooting fish in the ocean. So here we have matchmake. And you'll notice I use things like multi and other stuff, so I keep things transactional. That way I guarantee that I'm not going to have race conditions where it's matching 3 people instead of 2 or something. So transactions are pretty important. And I really just have 2 different things that can happen. So there's the client is just pinging the server. This is kind of like a long pull, or not really long pull, but they're just pinging every second saying, hey, I want to join, I want to join, I want to join. And when a match is found, it will say, hey, your room ID is this. And then every time it says join, it's going to be like, you're already joined. Here's your room ID. Join the match. And that's kind of how it works. There's also an elo. So Funi has a whole elo system, which is probably a little bit detailed. I would go into it more like if I make a video. The thoughts on choosing long polling was just simplicity, right? You don't need to do it this way. You can implement it with a WebSocket, but I didn't want to complicate the code at all, so that I was like, you know what? If the client is polling every second, that's totally fine. It was an easier problem to solve. And it resulted in easier, more manageable code. Do I use Socket.io? I do for Funi. So whenever you connect to a room or a game, it does establish a socket connection, and then all the packets are sent over a socket. In fact, a lot of the matchmaking packets are almost certainly going over a socket connection. It's just the server is not the one saying, hey, your match is ready, join. The client has to ask the server. Again, just for simplicity. Here's kind of the way that the matchmaking leaves, right? So it just says, hey, I want to leave, and then it works. Don't know why you're looking at TypeScript. You're a Java developer. Welcome, Bluz. Everybody starts off somewhere. I was a Java developer, and then I moved to TypeScript. I find I'm much more productive, and I find that TypeScript is more expressive in general towards like what I want, and it's more flexible. So I'm coming from a Java world, and you'll notice this if I go to some of my code. So I've got like I bet broadcast sender has a builder pattern in it. Yeah. So we got a few things in here. You can see here I've got this private static builder class, which is an anonymous class on the broadcast sender. So there's a few things, right? And it's like broadcast sender.builder or something. You got your builder pattern in there. It's very Java inspired. I don't use the builder pattern very much though in TypeScript. Not really a major thing. Anyways, if I go to get matched players, here's the Lua script that actually handles matching. So this is kind of like how that whole thing works. There's a sorted set based on elo. So the idea is that as you are in a queue, it needs to kind of expand your search over time. Right now I'm doing something very basic where I think it's like plus or minus 10,000 or something for the elo. Yeah, it's crazy range. I can make this dynamic and make it based on how long you've been in the queue. This user expiration key, I believe this map contains when that user joined the queue. So this is kind of how I do predictions of like how long it'll take. It uses a rolling average, and you can kind of see that here. It uses like a nice linked list where it just pushes onto the end and jumps from the front, whatever. Every DTO uses builder pattern on your code base. It's a common pattern in Java, but it's not as needed a lot of the time. Builder pattern for me is just whenever you want to like kind of hide certain complexity. A lot of the time I don't really need it. How long did it take for your initial implementation for the first game? Like a while, I think, Lunatic, because I was busy building a lot of other logic, right? I mean, I had to stand up servers and I was experimenting with like a bunch of different technologies to see what would work. Funi initially tried serverless for a while, and then I realized serverless is kind of shit, and I'll go into like details in a video at some point, which explains like why exactly. But serverless is like, for most cases, it's like an inferior version of just services on Kubernetes. ELO is the rating system, yeah. However, at some point I'm going to switch this over to TrueSkill. So, yeah, I even have a comment here explaining why. So, I have this update ELO thing, but it's not quite right when there's many players, because it's kind of like iterating over like the whole list, like big O n squared times or something, which is very not great. And I'll have something there. Nice, Azores. Have a WoW function. Apparently someone else died in the murder cave. So I'm still alive. I survived, finally. Level 21 now on WoW. Anyways, I was trying to get this alert thing done. So we've got this thing that says finding match, but then I need a button for closing it. Which I believe I just need to have action equals... Oh, it's an element. Oh, I didn't know I could set elements. Okay, so I have action and I have on click. I didn't know that. Okay, let's add a button. And sure, we'll make it look like that. Stop searching. That doesn't really matter a whole lot. We'll see what that looks like. Probably the style is not going to be what I'm going for, but that's fine. This is just as an example. I broke it. I broke everything. Why is it purple? Disallowed mime type. That's not possible. Oh, okay. Right, because I deleted a file. Let me just restart the client. And now it should be happy. I said it should be happy. Oh, right, yeah, we moved a file and then... Okay, of course. Everything's fine. Nothing's on fire yet. Let's see, so that was moved. This is another thing about Java that's really nice, is the integration with JetBrains in Java is like absolutely fantastic. And the refactoring tools and all that jazz and the auto import stuff works a little bit nicer with Java. Okay, why the hell? Fail to resolve import. Game main menu. Oh, now it's upset. Okay. Yeah, that was moved. There we go. Perfect. So now when I say matchmaking, where the hell is it? It's not... Okay. Oh yeah, I never implemented it. Maybe I should do that. So the way this is going to work is we're going to have some codes which is going to listen. I need like a matchmaking joiner listener thing. So that probably needs to be moved out to its own thing as well, because it's going to be based on whatever the hell the game ID thing is. So let's call it matchmaking listener. I know, a real original name, but that's kind of what I want. So we have a dialogue, that's all fine and dandy. The dialogue should probably be part, actually, of the matchmaking alert, which means now it's complicated because there's like a whole dialogue involved. So that means I want this out of the main container. So we're gonna make matchmaking alert a bit out. And you'll notice, like, I do a lot of refactoring and things, and that's fine. Don't be afraid to refactor your code. It's better, in my opinion, to refactor your code than to try to think of all of the use cases of your code when you write it up front, because you're just not gonna know, and things change over time. So I like to make the code as simple as possible at first, and then as I need extra features or things, I will just refactor it so that it works for that kind of stuff. So that's kind of my philosophy for like why things need to be private by default, constant, or final by default, is you're kind of getting into that, like, this is the minimum amount of stuff, minimum stuff exposed to make it all work. Did I grow up reading Joel on software? No, I don't know who that is. That's a nice tip. Don't over-engineer it first. Yeah, basically. Don't over-engineer it. So basically, anybody can make a mess. Anybody can over-engineer something and make it hard to use and confusing. That doesn't make it good. Making really beautiful, great things like is about simplicity. It's kind of like that whole Zen mindset or whatever, right? Like the whole kind of Japanese thing where you just, you know, you make it as beautiful and simple and all that jazz as possible. Beauty is when there's nothing left to remove. He wrote pretty well on technical topics, including a post on preferring refactors over rewrites. Cool. Neovemmers. I mean, can I qualify as a Neovemmer, even if I only use it for editing files in my terminal? I mean, I do barely touch the mouse, okay? I touch the mouse about as much as a Neovemmer. Alrighty, so what do we have here? We've got the matchmaking story, we've got the matchmaking alert, and we have the listener. So what this thing does is it listens for changes to matchmaking store dots, what's it called, game ID, basically. You love the Google of it? Thanks, ZX. Appreciate it. Wait, my thing got unpinned. Let me try this again. I think I forgot to set this, that it needs to manually be removed at the end. There you go. If you haven't seen it, there's the YouTube vid. This is the same one from a few days ago, so imagine most of you have seen it. President Fluffy, howdy. Glad to have you here. You only have a single stream where chat is after the Twitch stream's message. After the Twitch stream's message. It's my stream? I'm not sure what you... Oh, you mean like how it shows up in my video first and then you see it in chat? There's a delay you can set, and so I set up a delay so that if somebody says something nasty, then ideally only I see it, and then I can just ignore it and pretend it never happened. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is it's going to do like a subscribe, unsubscribe thingamabobber here. And what do we have going on for this matchmaker? Yeah, we're going to move this matchmaker over here. And that is where I do this set thingamabobber, which is going to be based on the game ID. Okay, so what happens here though? This is setting game IDs, but the game ID could be null. So I think I need to rewrite this code a little bit. Yeah, we really gotta do this thing over here. So it's gonna set the game ID. If not game ID, obviously we just return because there's nothing to do. And then we have where it starts and stops. Anytime the game ID changes, that's exactly what I want. I'm very foony. Oh, with, yeah, you know, I just try to keep chat nice. Howdy, Merle, how's it going? Okay, and then set open, all that jazz. We don't need to worry about that anymore. So that's cool. Set average wait time MS. What the heck is that? Oh yeah. That's right. This has a thingamabobber where it updates the average wait time. I guess that would be part of the matchmaking store now, because we need to somehow let the alert or the dialogue know how long we've been in queue for. So that would be the average wait time MS. How many seconds? Alright. So then I need to make sure that the average wait time when you change the game ID or whenever it changes, it needs to be reset. An acorn who does code comments, ew, this is very important, Ayush. You must comment your code. If not for other people, at least for yourself, or for LLMs. It's very important. It's more important now than it ever was. And, I mean, sure, you can do this, but if I only give this to an LLM, it's not going to understand what the hell's happening. By the way, I've also tried this deep research thing. It's new if you have the crazy $200 a month thing. It's really cool. So I was using it the other day. For example, I gave a list of like what it would take to build something like Funi, right? And I went over like, okay, what level software engineer do you have to be to build all this stuff and all the games and all the requirements and all this other stuff and like, you know, downtime limits and how fast it should be and all the other stuff. And it basically said that you'd have to be like, it would be wild for one engineer, even over 5 years. And said that I'm fired. No, it said like, it's a lot. And then I asked it like, about like all the stuff here. Would somebody, you know, at like SWE level 4, like below software, a senior SWE or whatever, be able to do it? And it was like, no. And it just kind of goes over that. So that was cool. I also tried using it for assessing code quality. So like given someone's GitHub, for example, can you figure out like what level they're at? But that only really works up to like a senior SWE. After that, it's more like kind of the scope of the work and it's like more architectural and stuff like that. But it can assess between like a junior level dev and like a senior SWE. Like between there, it's fairly accurate, I think. But after that, it kind of caps out at senior SWE. Anyways, right, I wanted to see about adding comments to this. So if I say, please add comments to this TypeScript code, what and why? There's no way it's gonna know. There's just not enough information here. I better not see your GitHub then. I thought about building something Slayer like this, where you can just like, you just plug in your GitHub, and then it just spits out how good you are. That could be kind of cool, right? Basically, the idea is you would, you know, use some like GitHub APIs or something, find any of your projects that have like lots of commits by you, look over your commits, figure out like, okay, how much can you do in a day, etc. And then just kind of like chop it up and get some examples, send it to an LLM, and get a use out of, and like try to identify like how senior you are. I use it for code comments. I've used it for so I use LLMs when I'm trying to understand someone else's code. So kind of like the first step that I like to do when I'm dealing with someone else's code, where there's like no comments and it's a bit hard to follow, is I like to understand it, right? And I understand it by adding comments and adding types and kind of working through the code that way. It helps me very quickly identify how the code works. I also will run it in a debugger and I'll step through the code just to really make sure that I understand it. Okay, let's see. How shit is this? Unique identifier for a game. Initially no game is selected or in progress. See, that's not... The problem with these comments is, first off, they're very long. Second of all, it's not JavaDoc, so it's not going to show up in the IDE properly. I think you're only going to get this one. So, not great. Wait time in milliseconds for matchmaking. Likely serves as it's like it's not 100% sure, which is completely to be expected. I didn't give enough context here, right? Average wait time has not yet been calculated or is currently invalid, which is true. It got pretty close. So you can use it as like a rough, first pass kind of thing. Howdy, Himalaya. DeepSeek did some stuff better than Claude. So I actually have like a bit of a tier list. So if you're just kind of coming into LLMs and you're not sure like which one's best, and you see like, oh, there's this Chinese DeepSeek thing that people are like talking about, they're saying it's amazing. How good does it compare to like Gemini? How does it compare to GPT? Well, so my current tier list would be deep research, which, again, this is just a tier list on how intelligent it is, not a tier list on how useful it is. So the best one is deep research. This is kind of incredible. It's very, very, very new, but it's also incredibly slow and very clunky. POE.com, what is that? The next one is between O3 Mini High and O1 Pro. And I guess O1 is also on here. So O3 Mini High is very nice. O1 is very nice. O1 Pro, I would say, is a bit less useful, but is useful when you're not getting a solution with one of the others. And that's just because it takes a longer time to process. O1 Pro is better, right? I mean, it's a bit higher. So it's up here. I think it's better than O3 Mini High, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to test more. So these are the best ones. And then right after this one comes actually Gemini. And this was a bit of a surprise for me because I didn't really expect it. So this Gemini 2.0 Flash Thinking Experimental, this one here is incredible. And I don't hear anyone talking about it, but this one is very, very good. It's also free. It also has a pretty decent number of tokens. This one's very, very good. It's able to solve some complex problems. And then under this one comes DeepSeek and Sonnet. I think DeepSeek is better. I'm not 100% sure. I don't usually use models that bad. But I do know it's not as good. So this one is Gemini 1206, Deep Thinking. Flash Thinking. And that's basically your tier list. And then DeepSeek is down here. Alright, there's your tier list. Do I already know GLB GPT? Is this like another all hands thing? Uh-huh. So this is like all hands. This is cute. I've not seen this before. I mean, I know of T3 chat, so is this... This seems like T3 chat, kind of. Except with more options. So what, you got L1 preview. Oh, Grok is amazing, but it's not for code, really. Like, Grok replaces Google for me. POE.com. The best AI all in one place. I mean, again, these are not like the best. A lot of the times these are just have access to certain APIs, right? So does it have access to the latest and greatest models on OpenAI? Probably not. And for now, they're still the best. I mean, that could always change. Make sure I'm not leaking anything here. What kind of an assistant do I have access to? Official bots. I don't see any great ones. I see O3 Mini High. That's a pretty good one. Actually, that does work. How much is this? 4615 shocky bits. What does that mean? I only have 3000 shocky bits, and one message is 4615 shocky bits. I bet that's expensive. You get 10,000 shocky bits a day, that's it? A million shocky... Okay, so let's see. Let's break it down. Let's say we get a million shocky bits. That's 200 a year, about 20. So that's about what you'd get with OpenAI. Okay, so 1 million shocky bits, and we have 4,000 per message. Let's say it's 5,000, makes the math easier. So a million, and it's 5,000. So what's that, 200? You have 200 messages a month of O1. And you get like 50 a week, I think, for O1. Normally. So it doesn't seem that far off, actually. I mean, O1 is pretty pricey, but like if you're using more than that, it seems semi-reasonable. I'd have to see like what's their markup, because their API pricing is what we really care about, right? So if we look at the API pricing, that's really going to tell us a bit more. Okay, so we've got input, output, stuff like that. Great. We can convert these to shocky bits and see how much we're being upcharged. So $15 per 1M, 7.5 per 1M for cached. This regular input, and then this is 60 per 1M output. And if we convert this into shocky bits, we can see that 500 points for shocky bits is 1k tokens. In other words, per million, it's 500,000 shocky bits. So 500,000 shocky bits equals $15. Okay, now we have a nice conversion. Input text bot message is 4,000 shocky bits per message. I don't see a message thing here though. That's not super great. I guess there's going to be an extra charge. I don't know what the pricing here would be. I see detailed pricing. No, it's just going to be whatever. Okay. Let's assume that messages are free. If we assume messages are free, this is 1 million points a month. So this is 12 million Shocky bits equals $200. Okay. So how much is that? Per million inputs. This is per million inputs, so $15 equals what? 500 Shocky bits. So times 24. That seems reasonable. If you assume that the message cost is free, it seems reasonable. But the thing that's really screwy is that the message cost is insanely expensive at 4,234 Shocky bits. So I think this ends up being a bit worse. Not bad though. This is not bad. All right. So let's see. Average wait time MS. So now I come through here. We have this matchmaking listener, which now needs to be included. Must be included. Root of the project. That's. I'm not going to include any checks to see if it's been included already. We're just going to assume good behavior because we're gonna have good behavior on this. So we'll go over here. You know what? I might even mention a bit how this works. Matchmaking alert. I could stick it in matchmaking alert. Yeah, let's do that. Matchmaking listener, matchmaking alert, they kind of go hand in hand. Well, if they go hand in hand, why don't I just take the listener and move it into matchmaking alert? And then I don't have to worry about it being included. It's just assumed that if you have matchmaking listener, or matchmaking alert, then you have the listener. Alright, take care, Ayush. You want them to increase limits to O3 many high? What are the limits for O3 many high? You like the color in my web project? Thanks, Himalaya. I appreciate it. 50 a week. Okay, so about the same as O1. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of. Except that O1 is far more expensive, so what the heck? I don't know. I don't get it, but okay. Alright, so that's my matchmaker. This is no longer exported. Although this does mean that anytime the game ID changes, it's going to come in here and get updated, which is fine. So I can listen on this. I guess I can allow this game ID to be null. And we have set average wait time, and that is going to come down to updating matchmaking store. But I don't really want to always set that. I only want to set it if we haven't changed. So if game ID is still the same, then we update it. Otherwise we don't, because at this point it's like a race condition, right? Easy. You hit the limit last week at 52 and this time it was 55. It could just be like maybe if one of your messages fails or something, it doesn't count. Or they have some silly stuff in their code, who knows. Their UI leaves something to be desired. Like, T3 chat is almost similar to the official GPT thing. I still do prefer the UI a bit of the regular chat GPT. I think it looks a bit nicer, a bit cleaner. But there's some weird buggy things in it. Okay. So now we have this game ID, matchmaking dialogue, that comes down here. How does this part work? And why does... the dialogue shouldn't be part of the listener, that's weird. Listeners usually have null. The dialogue is actually part of something else. This .gameID, that is... if we have a game ID. How does that one work? Gemini 2.0 Flash thinking is a bit buggy. It responded to you entirely in its thoughts yesterday. Interesting, Mark and Teen. I have noticed that the non-OpenAI models tend to hallucinate more. So yeah, Gemini 2.0 Flash thinking experimental. It's very powerful. It can hallucinate a bit. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but it is a solid model. You've been using Claude to speed up dev things that you don't enjoy doing? Yeah, I have used like Copilot in ways back when I was moving to base UI. I think it was either base UI or there was like when I was moving some of the styling over for whatever the hell it was called, Limina or something, I don't remember. I used Copilot extensively. Hallucinate is make stuff up, yeah. I guess hallucinate isn't quite the right word for it, but you know, it's kind of what people call it. Okay, so that'd be if this game ID, and then we want to do this part. I think that's good. Perfect. And we have this. It does this. This is only for matchmaking, so that is make matchmake request. If not, game ID. Basically return. It's not quite that though. It's more like, what's a timeout? The game ID technically could change. And why is it a timeout? Why is it a 1 second timeout? You know what? Actually, I think I like it that way. So it just calls it again and again every second until it gets canceled. It's a timeout so that the browser doesn't freak out with like a bunch of requests that all stack up if your tab is on a different tab, because that would not be great, right? You'd send like 10 matchmaking requests in half a second. So this prevents that. Yeah, I like the way that's set up. I should probably explain it a little bit more. Use a timeout here, and the browser doesn't spam the server with requests. Tab comes back into focus. But I think the game ID there would be whatever it's normally set to, and that is only if we have a game ID. Do I even need to specify a game ID this way though? Because it feels weird to me. I guess I do because we have stop as well. But no, you can call stop with the same game ID, so that doesn't make a whole lot of sense now, does it? Let's maybe move that out. Let's make this, you must specify the game ID now. Because that's going to simplify a lot of this code here, I think. And then setting game ID. I guess that changes things a little bit. Because now it's call stop and start, but we can move that out to some of the other code. Make matchmake request is whatever the game ID is, and so that means I have to pass game ID in here. And now this goes away, which means this goes away. That game ID is happy, that one's happy, this is happy now. And then this is happy as well. Perfect. On match found, on average wait time, and start. That needs the game ID as well. This goes away, and this whole function goes away as well. So I'll just delete that. This dot on match found on average wait time ms. I think that goes away. Yeah. Okay, let me think about this. So that means if I go down to the listener, the game ID is no longer used there. Does that make sense? Okay, this goes away. The start becomes a little bit fancier because now I need game ID, but not much. And then stop, you just have to pass in the game ID that's being stopped. And this is anytime the game ID changes, so it magically works. Nice. I like that. What is this video? Oh, the Fireship thing. Oh, you want me to, like, watch over this and see what it says? I guess we can. Sure. I'll do a react real quick. Fireship? Sure. I'll react to Fireship real fast. He's got pretty great videos. I like how condensed they are. So let's see. Right, so DeepSeek, if you don't know already, it's the Chinese one. Came out, made waves. It's pretty damn good. A no voice? Oh, come on. I'm gonna react to it. And no video, no voice from the video? Oh, isn't like, you want me to just... How am I supposed to know what he's saying if I don't do video? Oh, you don't hear it. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay. Let me fix that. That would be... Chrome window there. Hold on, where's this? Application audio track. I guess I do a new one. Hold on, one sec. I say new, and then I say I want application audio capture data, I think. Let's call this Firefox audio. That name is in use. Oh, come on. Hold on, let me expand this, figure out what's going on. Sources, where's Firefox audio? Soundtrack by Twitch, application audio capture. It's one of these things. What the hell? Okay, I'm just gonna call it Firefox 2 audio. And I'll fix it later. Firefox 2 audio. Great. Window, Firefox, OpenAI. Perfect. Let's see how loud it is. Okay, so if I'm speaking, I'm just goes up about -25.
If something looks too good to be true,
that's very loud. Okay. Let's try -7-ish.
it'll eventually be banned by the government.
How's that?
A few days ago, Italy banned DeepSeek outright and removed it from the app stores, followed by bans within government agencies in the United States, Australia, and Taiwan. To make matters worse, this US senator wants to pass a law that bans all Chinese AI and make the punishment for using it up to 20 years in prison. Meanwhile, OpenAI has been scrambling to Zuckerberg features from its competitors in a last-ditch effort to remain at the forefront of the AI zeitgeist. They just dropped the new O3 mini model as well as a version that can get high, but not only
So O3 Mini is fantastic, by the way. Like it's significantly better than like DeepSeek and all the other jazz. Um, I'm actually curious. Does DeepSeek, is it still down? Dude, what the hell? It's been like under DDoS attack or something for like the last 5 days. I don't know if it's a DDoS or just like lots of usage. But it's basically inaccessible.
That, they dropped a bonus feature for the $200 pro users called Deep Research, an interesting name choice that not only tries to steal the thunder from DeepSeek, but by
Also, Deep Research is crazy good. It's crazy good. I've used it a few times. I try to have it like come up with, I had it explain like artificial neural networks versus like the more biological neural networks and like all the other stuff. It's fantastic. It is the best model.
literally copying the UI exactly, but most people don't even realize that Google Gemini also released a feature with the exact same name that does the exact same thing months.
Okay, Gemini released this model with deep research. It's not as good as the new one. Like the GPT one, fantastic. Google's one is pretty good, but the deep research from like this one in GPT is wildly good.
Ago, but luckily open source is continuing to win, and it only took developers 12 hours to speedrun an open source version of OpenAI's Deep Research. If you blinked at all in the last few days, you likely missed some crazy new tech, and in today's video,
we might have to try that. If there's like the deep research thing, try this chat.deepseek. This one might work. This one looks like it works. Cool. I don't know why deepseek.com doesn't work.
video will break it all down. It is February 4th, 2025, and you're watching the Code Report. Sam Altman just did a Reddit AMA and made a shocking statement by saying we've been on the wrong side of history and need to figure out a different open source strategy. What they should do is create a new company called Closed AI where they open source everything, but in all likelihood, it's just corporate damage control talk, because a year ago, OpenAI could do no wrong, but after going for profit and losing to DeepSeek, they're like Stella trying to get her groove back. But they did release the new O3 models, not to be confused with O1 or 4.0, and O3 Mini is legitimately impressive.
They released O3, but they haven't released O3. Supposedly it's supposed to be like in a few weeks or something. We only have O3 Mini, but it's already like on par or better in some ways than O1.
It's a fast, cheap, and free reasoning model that's on par with DeepSeek R1 and beats it on many
I think it's better. I think it's better. Like look at the coding average here. This is not on par. This is way better if you're coding. This is like wildly good.
benchmarks, and even the poors can use it on the ChatGPT free plan. For the last few days, the internet has been debating which one is better, but there's no definitive answer on which one has the best vibes. I put them to the test this weekend myself along with Claude Sonnet by having them build a 2D game in Godot, which is an awesome game engine with its own language called GD Script, and I even had them build a 2D pixel art. When it comes to art, Claude was the best with DeepSeek.
Okay. Come on, let's not use this for art. They're all gonna suck. We have better models for art. If you don't know, you can go to Replicate. As I showed on stream, there's some great artwork and science that can be done with Replicate. I like this face to sticker thing, but this one, use this for art. Come on.
In second and O3 last, but to be honest, all three of them sucked pretty bad. And personally, I refuse to call anything a true AGI until it can code a GTA 7 caliber game. But when it comes to the actual game code, well, I got similar results. Claude was still the most useful, followed by DeepSeek and then O3. The problem with DeepSeek though is that the website was constantly overloaded, and now the Chinese have my game idea. But I think a lot of people will disagree with me putting O3 last here. On the internet,
I disagree. I definitely disagree. I don't know what.
There are many reports of O3 outperforming DeepSeek by a wide margin, and ultimately it just comes down to choosing the right weapon to murder your code with. Despite OpenAI's comeback, the DeepSeek founder has become a national hero in China and brought great honor to his hometown in Guangdong.
AC is a granny proved? Absolutely. I don't know, I've used it a lot, and for the kinds of problems that I have, I find that O3 is significantly better than DeepSeek. DeepSeek tends to like hallucinate and just get kind of the wrong answer. I used it for like doing some kind of translation between Python to TypeScript and trying to match a certain API format. And only a few models were able to actually do this. And I tried DeepSeek like multiple times. It failed. I even tried with R1 and it couldn't do it. I think it did one of them, I think. I don't remember exactly, but yeah.
The other big OpenAI feature, though, is deep research. Like I mentioned, Google Gemini also has this feature, and to be honest, it's pretty awesome. Instead of just hallucinating slop from the base model, it'll go out and find a bunch of slop from the internet to give you a more accurate response. And that could be incredibly useful if you're doing something like a competitor analysis to start a business, or if you're a lawyer with a huge case file, or a doctor
It's all about the prompting. I gave them all the same prompt.
trying to analyze a confusing medical history. In fact, my doctor subscribes to ChatGPT Pro, and after checking out this mole on my arm, he recommended that we amputate my head. But unfortunately, my lawyer also uses ChatGPT Pro, and he just got me 10 years in prison for a parking ticket. And Sam Altman, who's definitely not known to overpromise and underdeliver, has said that deep research can do a single-digit percentage of all economically viable jobs in the world, which is big.
I will say, going back to like that lawyer thing and the doctor thing, it's actually pretty useful. I mean, I use GPT for just about everything. So whether it's like contract negotiations or even like getting some advice for doctor stuff, I mean, still talk to a doctor. I do find it pretty darn heckin' useful.
If true, and would make OpenAI the most valuable company in the world if it's the one supplying the AI for that. But if you don't want to be on the wrong side of history like Sam Altman, you should use open source tech to get your news, like daily.dev, the sponsor of today's video. It's an
We'll watch the
entirely free
sponsor.
tool that curates all the best content for programmers on the internet. Not only is it loved by over 1 million developers, but you can find its entire application suite on GitHub. The best way to experience it is with their browser extension or the iOS and Android apps on mobile. Most importantly, though, it's a place where developers can suffer and learn together, a place to discover the latest trends in technology and discuss them with like-minded professionals. And they just launched a new Plus subscription with features like Clickbait Shield and a bunch of other perks. And for the next 72 hours, you can get a bonus and the first
Skip
month free
sponsor?
by
We're not
entering the
skipping
code
the sponsor.
FIRESHIP. Use the link
Come
below
on.
to begin some healthy suffering
Like,
on
daily.dev
daily.dev. This has been the
/FIRESHIP.
Code Report. Thanks for watching.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So he did like a little bit of a dive in there. Let me put the music back on. But I do definitely find that DeepSeek is the weakest of like kind of the main models. It's still very strong, and it's absolutely impressive what they managed to achieve. But also like kind of the reason people talk about this a lot is because they spent like 5 or 6 million training it. However, keep in mind that's the cost to train the model. It is not the cost to get to the point that they can train the model, right? People using please and prompts, wasting tokens. Hey, that's not a complete waste, Azores. Is it worth paying for the GPT Plus version if you get a significant amount of value out of it? So if you can save like an hour or two and your hourly cost is very high, yeah, I would say it could be worth it. I use it enough that I think it's worth it for me. So I use GPT like so many times a day, I would very easily hit the limit, which is why I use it. How do you know X crap? What? I don't know what you mean by that. No, I didn't see like so one thing that Firebase or Fireship mentioned was there's like a DeepSeek what was it called? I gotta go to ChatGPT. Deep research. I don't see something like that. I'm not sure. Does Fire? Oh right, hold on. I should have also linked the video. Let me see. This one here. Let me link this video too a few times. Deep research is OpenAI. Yeah. But there's like alternatives, right? So deep research is not the first one. Like Fireship mentioned, Gemini came out with this Gemini research, and like deep research was initially from Gemini, and it's really cool. It kind of really follows like the whole white paper format. So if you're doing like sciencey stuff, but you don't have to just use it for sciencey things. Deep research right now is just kind of like an escape hatch into O3, which is like the most powerful model. And so if you want like the full O3 experience, you check deep research, and then you give it like a prompt, and then it will ask you more about the prompt, and it will do that. And then I don't know how many uses I get of it though. Even on the 200 a month, it's like it is slow. I'm sure it's very expensive. You feel like Google stuff doesn't make much noise anymore? That's just because they suck at marketing, Emily. But Gemini is actually very fantastic. And it's kind of one of those things that's, I would say, underhyped. However, when it comes to actual usage, I do find this to be an incredibly powerful model that I don't think enough people are talking about. I don't code in Golang. No, I don't. Not right now. O3 is in Cursor and Windsurf. That's kind of cool. Wait, you mean like actual O3, not O3 Mini? No way. No, that's not it. Where's it? Cursor. IE. Fine. Y'all are making me download Cursor. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, we'll download Cursor. You're sorry? No, don't be sorry. That's what chat's all about, is kind of making sure that I get to see all of the things, right? Y'all show me things that I never would have known before, and it helps me learn. It's O3 Mini, not actual O3. Yeah, that's what I would have expected. It's one of those things. It's like you don't know what you don't know. Keyboard. JetBrains. Language for AI. Orcish. No, okay, we should. Okay, we'll just not specify that. Compute embeddings for code base wide questions. At command line, sure. Fine, we'll use extensions. Maybe this will be not as terrible. This is probably based, yeah, okay, this is just VS Code. It's a wrapper around this. Pirate language is obviously the best. That would be a pretty good one. Autocomplete preferences. A more powerful version of Copilot. Well, obviously I want to do the default, right? If it's better. Privacy mode, I think we want privacy mode. The other could set us up to issues. Like we don't know like if they might have secrets or something that gets uploaded to them and then, you know, you're trusting them with your secrets, which would be absolute shite. Okay. So open project. Will it explode on Funi? Let's just hope it doesn't explode all over Funi. Select this folder. We'll see. Do my shortcuts at least work? Can I Control-Shift-N to matchmaking alert? Kind of. That's kind of working. Can I get my quick docs? Oh, no! My keys are all messed up. Can I go into this? No. What do you mean, no, I can't go into that? Oh, I guess we should wait. It needs to index. It's not fair. It's really not fair. Okay. Why does it do it this way? Oh, I don't like that. Take me to the store. What the hell? What? Maybe it doesn't know yet. I'll wait. I'll wait for it to index. It's gonna take a bit. It's a big file. Okay, while it's doing its thing, let's actually get some stuff done. So, is this loading at the bottom? I know, I know. I'll be fair. I'll be fair. We'll wait. Oh, and let me also mute Firefox sound. Where's the Firefox thingamabobberdoodle? Firefox 2 audio. Just mute that, just in case. We'll wait, then we'll roast it. Exactly. You gotta let it cook before you can roast it. Okay. So what do you have here, the matchmaker? So it starts, stops, everything there is great, perfect, great. Matchmaking dialogue no longer has a matchmaker in it because it's only for the dialogue. Open, closed, that now is just based on game ID, which is not actually setting the game ID, it's only using it. So we want matchmaking store, use game ID. And also I want average wait time MS, perfect, we'll listen on that one as well. Is there a chance you can get me to play some fighting games like Tekken or Street Fighter on stream? There's a chance, maybe, Emily. I guess we can. I'm gonna suck at them. Fighting games are not something I'm very good at, okay? Just so you're aware. But I guess we could maybe do something like that. And that's the point. Find the one type of game I suck at. Sure. I think it makes it more entertaining if I'm not, like, good at it. Okay, so what does this use game data? Right, because it could be null. Game ID or account. Arg. No, because it could be null. But I have to have a hook here. DeepSeek reached an answer with a 0.0003% chance? What do you mean by that one, Zoras? How do I handle this one? Oh, that's just literally game data. But it can return undefined. So why don't I just allow this to be nullable and then return game ID, else undefined, obviously. Like, duh. There we go. Of me playing fighting games with raging non-stop action, it thinks there's a 0.0003% chance I'll play a fighting game. I'd say it's higher than that. It really just depends what chat wants to see, right? That's what I care about. Okay, so we don't have matchmaker stuff anymore. Right, because we're no longer tied to the dialogue for that. The dialogue is now just about, I guess I could have stop searching. We could do that. Yeah, we could allow it so that you could click on it and you could stop searching from the dialogue. Sure, that's reasonable. So this now becomes just a matchmaking store dot set game ID set to null. Easy. I could even have it just be like set game ID. This also works. And it's just set game ID null. Tekken 8 and Street Fighter 6 are the most popular. I've played Street Fighter a long time ago. I used to have a friend who enjoyed that. And it was never my thing. I only ever played because they liked it. Oh, and then I played Tekken one time at Google. I think I got stomped by some Googler. And that's game ID on match found. Alright, now we can delete this. Matchmaking button. Oh man, there's a lot of code in here to delete as well. You find fighting games to be the coolest type of game? Oh, what about Beat Saber? Beat Saber's awesome. Okay, and then I guess we don't really have matchmaking dialogue in the button anymore, do we? Because it's now moved to the alert. So now, I don't need open or set open. Config is open, close, reset the game config just in case. I don't think that's necessary, like, at all. Yeah, let's just delete that. That's dumb. That's probably like from a copilot or something. Being stupid, and I was just like, it doesn't hurt. I guess we can have it. But it is unnecessarily verbose. So, okay, if that's the case, this is now just a button, so we don't need it to be a fragment anymore. So that's a bit simplified. But I do need to know what the game ID is, and I also need to be able to set the game ID. And no, it's not that. Come on, try again. There we go. Yarg. Come on, Copilot, or JetBrains, there we go. Okay, how is that other IDE coming? I don't want to run it from the command line. Do I want to update cursor? No, I just want to see if this works. Good. And I can go back. Great. Forward, back. Awesome. No, I don't want to say as number. It's already obvious it's a number. Why would I say it's as number? Don't be silly. Okay. So let's go to matchmaking button since that's the code that we're working on. Okay, so set open. I don't want to do that. Come on, figure out what I want. Do I have to say Control K? No, I don't want to tell it. Just do what I want. You know what to do. There we go. Almost. Okay, try it again. No. It's a bit more verbose than I'd like. You can do it a bit less than that. There we go. Is that correct? What is tab? Why is it tabbing up there? Weird. Matchmaking dialogue. No, I don't want a dialogue. Matchmaking. I want disabled is what I want. Disabled is if there is a game ID. That's correct. But I think I want this to say like matchmaking or finding match. Kind of. It can't read my mind. But it did a very good job. Sure. And then we can delete that because it's not necessary. I think that's good. Honestly, this is not a bad experience. I'd say this is a better experience than VS Code. It seems like it's pretty much on par with Copilot instead of JetBrains. The hotkeys are probably going to be my biggest thing, just because I really like the hotkeys of JetBrains. I've grown up with it. Can I show the game? Funi? Yeah. Howdy, Dibala. This is Funi. It's Funi. It's like a casual, massively multiplayer casual game site with lots of games. You can play pool with really good physics. It's like the best online. Like, this is like the best pool game. If you're looking for the best pool game, it's on Funi. You can stop searching. Dynamite. This is like a Bomberman style game. A lot of fun. Chess. Not as good as chess.com. Okay, let's be real. Chess.com is just wildly good, and they spent a ridiculous amount. But it's not a bad chess game. 4 in a row. A lot of fun. Funo. This is like the best Uno game online. Nobody does pool like I do pool. We've got the greatest pool. And this is Big League Pool. You read they launched the new tab completion model? For cursor? The biggest pool, yes. We've got the typing game. This one could be improved. I gotta take another stab at this one eventually. Jigsaw, a lot of fun. Yeah, I asked the best pool players. They said I have the best pool. Yep. Nobody does pool like we do pool. Okay, so we got the matchmaking button. That's the game ID, and then we got the alert. And then, let's see how this works. American pool. It is American pool. Very much so. This is based on the bar pool with like bar rules or whatever or something. The most beautiful pool. Yeah. Okay, so now if I say matchmaking, it breaks. What the hell? Why does it break? No, it's not supposed to break like this. Hold on. What? I broke it. It is a matchmaking button. Eh? Set game. Oh. Wait. Oh. Okay. Matchmaking game ID disabled is based on matchmaking game ID. And then we set it to game ID, and this is matchmaking game ID. There we go. Now it works. Yay. Finding match. And now we can stop searching. Oh, look at that. Finding match. Except it's too long. It's too big. Too big league. We gotta make it less big. So okay, we got matchmaking, finding, match, dot, dot, dot. I can just have it be like without the dots. The less big hands again. Let's try this. Alright. It's better, but it still gets a little bit bigger. Okay, how do I make this? How do we make it better? Okay. It's got a px on it, right? Short px is 16. What if I say that short px is not 16? Howdy Blaze, how's it going? Let's go. How goes the stream? Pretty good. Let's do less px on this, I think. How about px4? What does that look like? You would add a count up timer? No, we're not doing that here. So I think that's too narrow. I think okay. I have idea. Let's do px of like 6 or px of 8, and then what we'll do is we'll just expand it. We'll make it bigger so that it's like w full, and it will be up to, I guess if this is 310, a max dub of 310, we can just dub full max dub 310 or something on this. Let's do that. So what if I pop this up to max dub of 310 or dub 310 px, and we'll just force it to 310 px. Great. Okay, cool. We do that. That's what we'll do. And then, well, that's max dub, so I guess dub full on this, and then we'll be good to go. Yeah, let's do that. Game button style. So we got this whole thingamabobber going on here. This is what I want. Max dub, 310 pix, and dub full. And now it will get bigger, get smaller, and things will be great. Perfect. Nice. And then it gets big and small and happy. And then when I match make, finding match, it doesn't look right without the dots. I want the dots to do the dot thingy that we did. Where it's like dot, 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 dot. So this needs to be special. So we got the finding match. Wait, this is a different finding match. It's not what I want. I want this one. Ah, that becomes a bit trickier. Dot 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 or spinning circle? A spinning circle would be easier, but well, come on. We can be fancy here. Call it function. This way we don't like re-render quite so much. Let's call it matchmaking text. Oh boy. I'm getting original with these names. So I want band class name equals this thing with the dot count on the loading overlay. The way that this works. And then we have this dot count. Is this really the latest code, the loading overlay? No, it's not. I must have two places in the code that look like this. Opacity -0. Yeah, this is the new way. I don't like how I have two different styles here. Dot 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 dot. Yeah, no, that's not as ideal. Let's fix this up. Let's be more consistent with this code. There's no reason to have two separate styles for the same thing. We have the better way and the worse way. So, yeah, oops, loading. This one's at 500 millis, this one's at 300 millis. Set the dot count, prev +1 +4. How the hell does that work? Because it's like basically the same, except this one sets it to 1. So it starts at 1. And then it goes to... what the hell? Well, that's dumb. Wait, why does this start at 1? Why doesn't it start at 0? So it goes dot 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 blank dot 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 blank dot 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 blank. And the one over here goes blank and then dot dot. Why? I think we set it to 0 normally because we always set to 0, right? Setting it to 1 is a bit odd. And then what else do we have? Dot count less than 1. Always show a dot. No, we're going to change that. Greater than or equal to 1. Greater than or equal to 3. And now we don't need the last one. There. This pattern, though, this is just a hook. Now the code is identical. Let's make it more identical. Instead of prev, I'll just say value. +1 mod 4. Make this 500 as well. Howdy, Heiner, how's it going? Okay, now the code is absolutely identical. So, I guess I want to call this like use loading dots, and then that will just have the number of dots to use. That'll just be this hook. What do I want to move it to? Do I have like animations? I do. Source, animation. Great. Let's make a file. Use loading dots.ts. Returns a number of dots to display after a loading waiting style message. Loading dot 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 match make or finding match dot 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 between 0 and 0, 1, 2, 3. That makes perfect sense. Okay, great. Now I have this little thingamabobber. I can just say const dot count. Use loading dots. So the reason we're doing this is because this is like the third time this pattern has appeared, and I don't want to have to write the same code 3 different times. And I kind of wanted to keep it a bit more consistent. There we go. Now we got to use loading dots over on this as well. And then I can just kind of use it over when I'm finding match Let's see. Okay, so Copilot fails on this. What about if I do it over here? Does this understand my code? Return. Come on. Figure it out. Well, let's just figure out. Let's just see what it comes up with. Sure. No. Okay. No, it failed. To be fair, Copilot also failed. And then I want it to be that's this format. But all of this is instead of a p tag, and we don't need it over here. Alright, so that's going to be finding match or matchmaking. But this is matchmaking text. How do I want that? What AI is Cursor using? Whatever the default is. When you do comments like that, does it show when you hover the function? Yes, that's why I do comments the way that I do it. So, if you see here, for example, Control Q, I can see the nice comments, and if I do it over here, you can see, I guess there's no comments on that. For game ID, you can see there's comments, which is kind of wild because it comes over here and it still works. It's still tied to there and it still makes sense and still works. I don't know if VS Code can do that. Let's see. If I mouse over game ID. Oh yeah, it still works. Yeah, so that's nice. And is there no comments on that? I guess not. Though he's prettier. No, but if you're using prettier for like wait, hold on, did I use that the right way? Oh, hold on. Wrong thing. But this does work? No, it doesn't work. I accidentally showed Copilot, or I showed JetBrains twice. Control Q? No. Control B? This is why I don't use VS Code. It's just inferior. Like, check this out. I can go here, Game ID, JetBrains understands how to access this. This is why I use JetBrains. Because this is just a shit IDE here. It's not really an IDE, it's more of a text editor. It doesn't understand the context. Like, I can still get there from here, but it's not as good. Okay, let's do matchmaking text on this thing. So finding match is now going to just be matchmaking text. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I would use prettier if I was like part of a bigger team, but because almost all of the code that you see on Funi is written by me, I don't use prettier. There are other people who work on Funi, but almost all the changes you see are from me, right? Finding match ... That works. What about speeding it up a little bit? So the other one was set to 300. Does that feel nicer? That feels fast. Maybe 400. There's a nice balance. Yeah, I think 400 is good. 300 was too fast. 500 is just not as good. It felt kind of sluggish. I actually might make it like 360. I'll try that again. That might be better. but I don't like this style. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's also not ideal. But now I can actually browse around the site while I'm finding a match. But I also need to know, like what game it is, I need to know how long I've been in the queue. I don't like the style as much, so I want to improve that. I need to be able to click on it and have it pop up in the dialogue. So there's a lot that I want to do on this. So let's go back to matchmaking alert. And let's just improve it. So let's see. We've got this dialogue, but it's not showing up at all. We have a matchmaking listener, which we don't want to hook in yet because we're still testing. That's a good average for reactive micro animations as well. Yeah, so I actually have a comment for easings.net, several comments whenever the code is related to animation. And you can kind of see I'll have certain comments where I go, yeah, like this one here for tween. I actually explain and I include documentation about like how to choose the right thing. So this here also explains like how long an animation should be, 200 to 500 milliseconds. And I also have pretty same defaults anytime I have like certain animations. So like here it is, duration ms, duration in milliseconds for each loop, default 300. So I have a nice sane default duration so that if you're just not really sure and you just do something without specifying a duration, it will feel good. Look at the code quality. Thanks, Emily. Appreciate it. Yeah, tween is something that I enjoy. Kind of see the way that it works here. This actually uses GSAP under the hood. You see the proxy going on. But this is the only file in all of Funi that has access to GSAP. And the reason for that is very intentional. When I use third-party libraries, I like to not have to migrate a whole lot. So if I ever want to remove GSAP entirely, it's relatively simple and easy to do. Formula 1 drivers have a reaction time under 100 millis. Pretty damn fast. Alright, so, okay, we have matchmaking alert over here. And I guess that means I can just kind of stay in queue, can't I? I'm not worried about accidentally finding a match, because it's not actually listening yet. Awesome. That's gonna help me style it a little bit easier. On match found. Wait, why is this on match found not being used at all? So it gets set here. And then... Oh. Well, let's just not have this then. If you don't use it, you lose it. Just delete it. When I died in the cave, you were shocked. I know. I was a bit surprised too. It was that stupid GCD. So, in World of Warcraft, when you use a wand, it causes everything to be on global cooldown, including your potion. It's like the only thing that does that. So regular casting does not put it on cooldown. Regular attacking does not put it on cooldown, but using a wand does. Why? Anyways, so I started moving or something, and then like it wanded again, which put me back on GCD, and then I died. I died like a noob. It was awful. I died in such a stupid way. Even the person who we rated, you know, they were very nice, and they're trying not to say that I was a noob, but like I'm sure they were thinking, "Oh my god, she's such a noob." You noticed? Yeah, he was trying to be nice about it. He didn't want to like call me out. He was very sweet. Yeah, absolutely. But no, that was definitely a new move on my part, dying that way. That was so bad. Okay. Matchmaking listener. So now we have this thing here. And I guess we just do a fragment and then it has, as long as the alert is up, we do the matchmaking listener. Simple as that. Are we talking about acorn number 4? No, no. Acorn number 4 is alive and well. Only acorn number 3 is dead. How long does it take to get another character to where you were? I'm already there. I'm already level 21, Emily. For the moment? No, it's not for the moment, Azores. Acorn 4 is gonna make it to 60, okay? The last one was just like a throwaway, okay? That was a mulligan. That one doesn't count. Can you clip that? Yeah, Galahad, go ahead. Clip anything you like. Actually, the clip from yesterday was is kind of doing numbers. That was for content only. No, it was a mistake. I didn't mean to die. Like, that was not intentional. But I was definitely doing really dumb things, very risky things. So here you can kind of see. Jesus, it's almost at 3,000 views. It's almost the #1 clip. Okay, why is it that anytime it's like about interesting ship designs or getting caught for science reasons, why are those the ones like the most clips? There's a pattern here I'm noticing. There's a trend. Howdy, Nico. How's it going? Alright, so now it says finding match, and let's do the dots on the finding match as well. Actually, what is the style again that we're trying to copy here? Or, sorry, not copy. Be inspired by. What is the thing? Okay. Looks like this. Okay, so we're going to be inspired by this. Schadenfreude, whatever, however you say that. This something like that. This is we're inspiration. Okay. Severity. Do I need a severity? Can I leave severity off? I want to leave severity off. Does it work if I leave it off? Or does it default? It doesn't have an explanation of what it does. Oh, it says it defaults to info. Severity. The alert. How can I set none? I don't actually want to have a severity icon. I guess I could say I don't actually want an alert, given that this is a fairly custom style. You know what? I think defaults to info. Maybe we say that this is not a proper alert, and we just do it ourselves, because it's a bit custom, and I don't want to make adjustments to alert for a one-off like this. Let's see, how is alert implemented? Does it use like an aside, or is this just like a div? It's just a div. Okay, cool. So that means we have a nice happy div, and we're going to say class name is going to be... will I upgrade to React 19? At some point I will. I think we're still on 17. Am I using shadcn and customizing it? No, Emily. Funi uses base, and base is custom. So I made my own UI framework. It's called Base, and the reason I like it so much is because it's very, very minimal and very small. So here, for example, is the implementation of an alert in Base. It's just a few divs, like that's it. So it's very easy to wrap your head around, like the way that it works. And that's all there is to it. It's very simple. Here's how I implement avatar. Yeah. An avatar is like 4 lines of code. Here's how I implement a badge. Very small. Here's a button, which is, again, very small for what typical buttons look like. And here's another button. This one's got like some styles to it, so that's why it's a bit larger. Here's how I do a checkbox. It's very small. Again, you can kind of notice the pattern here. It's like half of the stuff is just comments, and there's also not very many properties. It's just very basic. That's very intentional. It kind of goes, again, back to my design philosophy of only include the things that you use and nothing more. And you'll notice something anytime you have like a UI framework or you have any kind of piece of code that has to be everything for everyone, it will get very bloated and large naturally because it has to be everything for everyone, even if you only use a very small subset of it. And with the current tooling that we've got for things like JavaScript, even with tree shaking, you still end up with a large amount of code that goes unused and ends up bloating your app. This also kind of ties into the way that people develop their code. So a lot of kind of like the old ways of developing where you do like a very object-oriented approach and you have an interface for everything ever because you need to have some tests to pass a certain percentage because someone on your team says it must be at least 60% code coverage or 70% or whatever the number. You end up with very bloated code that's very large and a bit kind of hard to understand and reason about. But that's very bad for JavaScript because it means that you're going to have very, very large bloated bundle sizes, right? And the bundle size for Funi is like ridiculously small for what it does. So like if I go here, and I go to Funi.com, I pop up in the network tab. Here is how much gets transferred, 515 KBs. That's it. That's all it transfers, half a megabyte, which is still on the high side, I would say, but it's like, I mean, go to any website, it's going to be like a way bigger, right? Like if I go to x.com, for example, let me load that. We're at 3 megabytes. So 6 times larger for this. So this is 6 times larger than this. One of these looks a little bit more complicated than the other one. Yeah. How to make the pool? The pool game uses custom physics, and I have my own safe math library, which helps with determinism. Nice feed. Dude. What the hell? Prime has got a freaking, like, that's epic. Oh my god. So cool. One of the cool Charizard things. That's neat. Okay. I don't know how much this is worth, but very cool. Wait, how much is that anyways? I'm curious. What is this? Charizard EX. Charizard EX hollow foil. Nice. Or like a super. No, it's not that one. It's a different one. It's the cooler looking one. Oh, I don't know what expansion this is from. I don't collect Pokemon cards anymore. I did when I was young. May I suggest not using an AI thumbnail for the YouTube stream? Yeah, Golden. I will change that because I think it's doing more harm than good, for sure. It looks really generic. Yeah, I'm gonna change it to like my face with like some reaction, and then I'm gonna do like the style that I'm kind of going for now. So my style for this is kind of like this. Basically, keep it really simple with big text, and then like my face, and that's kind of what I'm gonna be going for. So I'm gonna change it to something like that, and then we're not doing Mr. Beast thumbnails. Another AI image? Okay, well, yes, but I might not use an AI image. I'm not sure. I kind of like the way the sticker looks, but um, we'll see. I might not do that. I might just have it be me. Let's see, Charizard EX. You know what? I can probably. Oh, I think I found it. Where the hell was it? Was it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Damn. $200 card. Up to 500 and it fits perfect. I guess he doesn't have it, he hasn't gone and gotten it PSA'd yet. Pretty cool. Oh, I guess they have specific numbers, right? Like, it could be a different number. Hold on. That's number 234091. Yeah, okay, that was the one we saw. Pokemon Paldean Fates. Whatever that is. Man, getting into like wanted to get Pokemon cards again. Imagine the price if it's good condition. Yeah, I mean, of course, you'd get it TSA graded. But like, okay, so Pokemon cards, that's like super Gamba. Okay, that's freaking Gamba. Um, it's just like loot boxes IRL. Can we be real? Like that's all it is. But it is fun. Okay. Maybe one of these days I'll just buy like a couple $100 of Pokemon cards or something, then we can like open them on stream and do something there. Howdy Bumpy, how's it going? Okay, so I want some BG default, let's say 700. I don't know how bright I want this. And let's do rounded edges, and we'll have it be fixed. Top 4. Set the Z to a really crazy value. And how is the action on the alerts handled? Probably just want like an icon thingamabobber there. You're on vacation? Heck yeah. Alrighty. I'm just working on Funi, and I got into doing YouTube videos a little bit now, Bumpy. I don't know if you saw, but I'm gonna start trying to do like a YouTube video like at least once a week. Is kind of the current plan. So my goal is I'm gonna start with like the curated videos where I actually do a little bit of editing myself, and I'm kind of following more of a script. So like that video I did on YouTube, I wasn't following a script. What I did is I wrote out a script, and then I just wound up not using it. But I had in my head like the ordering that I wanted, so I think that'll be kind of similar. I'll have like some bullet points that I'll cover, and then just kind of edit it together. It's just all one take. Let's see. Okay, let's do icon. What I want for this, it's not using an icon for the button, it's going some action with an on click. Well, how does that work? If there's a rest action, then do whatever the heck the action says. Oh, which is just this button thing. Okay, I see. Remember y'all when I blow up on YouTube? Okay. I mean, I'll still be here, right? I'll still be in chat and everything. But I appreciate it. I hope it goes well. So I think I want Fuckross is what it is. And that'll be pro solid. And let's see kind of what that looks like. Oh, if anyone uses Font Awesome Icon, it's gonna be huge. This is a much better component right here. It's like mega tiny. I just reverse engineered the way that it works. And this will save you like 40 KB gzip size or something stupid. Oh, 20 KB gzip size. It's still massive. So, huge win. Just this tiny little bit of code saves a bunch. Okay, what else do we have? So some button here, and then on click, I want to set that to null. Yeah, basically that. Let's see what that looks like so far. Say matchmaking. Perfect. That is great. Fantastic. It's this. Oh god. Great. So okay. Oh, I did the wrong cross. So here we go. This is how you know you're queuing. So all you have to do to leave the queue is you just kind of, it's in the back button. You just kind of go over here and click on those few pixels, and that way you can leave the queue. What an improvement. Okay, so that looks like terrible. Let's make it not look so awful. I'm gonna add some padding, and let's do like a bunch of maybe Pi2 px4 or something. And obviously cross is not what I was looking for. So what's it called? It's probably F, like an X or something. Probably like FAX. Oh, okay. But no, I don't want FAX because that's too vertical. It's not big enough that way. I want X mark. Fax mark. They got the X. They have a lot of icons. I'd like Font Awesome for that, but I wish it was free. I wish that they had a different business model where it was like you donate or something. But I get why they do what they do. It makes more money. Take care, Galahad. Glad to have you here. FAX mark. Alright, let's see what we got. Oh, I forgot to center it. Can't you just copy it? Yeah, but, you know. Okay, that's too tiny. So let's say that the size is like 2x, and we'll see how big that is. The freebie tier is enough to be functional for you? Yeah, I mean, they're generous with the free tier for sure. So I don't want W full. MX auto is not gonna work because it's fixed. So I need to left half, I think. And then I need transform, no, it's a translate 1/2 on X, and that's a negative. And that should be center. Howdy car, how's it going? I don't see it at all. Oh yeah, because I'm not matchmaking. Hey, there it is. That's not a nice experience on clicking the button. It doesn't have that ooh wow experience to it. So let's make it have an ooh wow experience. Base button is fine. We just need it to be when hover. Let's do bg dash default dash. On hover, it's bg default 600, and then on active, it's bg default 800. See what that looks like. That looks like shit, but it's a little bit better. I need padding. Rounded. Let's see what that's like. Better. Needs to be darker. Do 900. I think hover is fine at plus 100. That's better. Yeah, that feels nicer. But it's too tall. Why is it like that? Let's say that this is fixed width. We'll try this again. Oh god, it's ginormous now. It looks about fixed, but it's like ginormous. Why is it so big? Let's try that again. I don't like it. That's because there's too much padding on the button. So let's not do that. Let's make the padding very small so that the button is like nice size and big and happy. Okay, now it looks like shit. Hold on. Let's see. So we have an SVG. I want it to be flex centered. So let's flex center the button. That should center. Okay, now it's nice and centered, but now I need to set the size of this button. Let's just set it manually with class name or something. Maybe the text LG will be happy. Let's see what that looks like. It's about the right size. Cool. So padding on the X is too much. I think we do want P2. And now I need something to the left, and we're gonna have like the icon for the game and all the other fun stuff. So let's do the icon stuff. That was gonna be the matchmaking dialog, which I believe is part of matchmaking alert. So in order to figure that out, I need the game ID. So that's going to come from here. That's going to come from here. We need the average wait time. And I also need the time in queue. How do I know what the time in the queue is? I mean, I have an alert, so I could just have a component for time in queue, and then when that component loads, I just reset it, and then problem solved. That should work. Something a bit more robust would be adding something over here. Queue start time ms, which could be set by the listener. Yeah, we could do that. Queue start time ms. This is going to be a Unix timestamp of when the player joined the queue. Great, so now we need to go over to the matchmaking listener. Alright. So that's going to be whenever I first call matchmake. Let's leave, here it is. This is the only place in the code that joins. Perfect. Do I wait until we get a return? We could do the thing where like we get the time before the call, the time after the call, take the average. That's when they joined. But you know, I think I'm just gonna wait and we're just gonna do it here. Matchmaking store.set, because this will give like a slightly lower time, which might make the user feel happy. Icons, results, yeah, and then if it fails, it won't come down here, so if there's like an error or something, that's fine. And then I need to, when I leave the queue, I need to make sure that this gets reset. And that is going to be the responsibility of the listener. Or even just this stop thingy. Is it always guaranteed that stop is going to be called after? I don't think so. Because we could be in the middle of it. Okay, we'll just have to make some changes to make that all work. reset the start time MS. What about this though? So it sets a timeout, which might trigger, and then we get into the timeout. So let's say we start triggering it, we say stop. This is still processing because it's saying we're joining, and then I say no, stop, leave. So the leave happens after the join. Like the browser is gonna say leave afterwards, so that's fine. But what's not fine is that we've already left. So that means if this dot timeout it, if not this, I think I need to just return player left the queue, don't matchmake. But now we've run into an issue where the client was matchmaked, they left, the matchmaking happened, they never joined the game, and now they've lost the game. So that's not ideal either, so I can't just return here. Let's see. So how's that gonna work? It's gonna say on match found. It's gonna call all that stuff, which is fine. Okay, we don't want to do this. Let's go ahead and add a comment explaining this. It's possible that while the request was in flight, in this case, handle it anyways. To the room. Handle it anyway and route them to the room. What else do we want? But we still haven't set this average wait time. I think on match found, we do want to call that, and then maybe just set this back to 0. Just in case. And then maybe when I start as well, I also clear it. Since we don't yet know. I'm just trying to make sure that the UI is like happy here. Okay. So that should be pretty good, pretty happy. And did I add the icon? I did add the icon, but it's enormous. I could make it spin as well. Like goes in a circle or something. That's what Han does, apparently. That might look a little funky for some of these icons, which are very non-circular. This one might be okay. The others be a bit strange. Maybe I'll pull might look fine. This is fun to watch? Thanks. So now it does matchmaking, but why does this pop open? Oh, duh, because that's supposed to be a window, and you're supposed to be able to click it, and then it displays the dialogue. Right, of course. Okay. So, I also need to have like some kind of like notice, right? So when I hover over here, it needs to be obvious that like, yes, you can interact with it. And I don't know if I want the whole bar to be interactive or if I maybe just want like a small section. You've been trying to do something else, but it keeps getting more interesting. Thanks, Emily. I'll try not to be too interesting. You know, I don't want to impact your work. Alright. So we've got this image. Oh, that's why it's so big. We set the size to 96 pixels. That's huge. 32 is probably still too large. It might be okay actually. Let's improve this. I think we do flex here, and then we'll have like a nice gap between everything. See what that looks like. Nice, we got a gap. Great, I actually like that size. But this button, I want it to be perfect. Why is it not as... Oh, it's because it's scaling. It's because it's based on the size of this. So like if I make this bigger, and maybe I'll just say like this is like 60 or something, then nothing changes. Why the hell does nothing change? Hold on. Maybe change it here too? Okay. Yeah, you can see there that it's going as big as possible. So that's what's happening. But I can fix that with min height 0. So if I say min h 0, now it should be equally broken. Thanks, awesome. Why? What about margin auto? That sometimes helps. Hey, there we go. Okay, now it's a perfect square. That's what I want. Motto. Try this again. Perfect. But we need more of a thing, right? I now know that I'm matchmaking, kind of. I can see it here, but I don't have a time. So how long have I been in the queue for? So to figure that out, we've got average wait time seconds. Is that just DevTools? Yeah, this is just Firefox. Firefox DevTools, I've just popped this open. DevTools is amazing for reverse engineering. Oh, also, sometimes you'll have a site which tries to block the DevTools, and there's like a whole bunch of ways they do that. One of the ways is this little checkbox you can do. Pause on debugger statement. So they'll just have like a kind of like an extra thingamabobber that's running in the background constantly, and it's calling debugger. So if you're running it inside of a debugger, it's going to hit this, and you can kind of see this. This is actually a really great way to kind of test your code and step through it, because if you're doing front-end work, your IDE isn't really gonna help you a whole lot, usually. But if you set a debugger statement, and you pause on debugger statements, which is true by default, it'll come in here and it'll say debugger, and now you can kind of inspect your code and see what's going on. So very useful. That's how you debug front end. I didn't know that for like a few years when I first started. And then we can just either remove it from here, or if you don't want to do that, you can also just say stop. And now it will not run anymore. DevTools, your PHP. I mean, PHP is like backend mostly, right? Does it work if files are minified? It works best if they're not, but it does work if they're minified. Right? Like if they're minified, you're gonna have to like squint. It's gonna be a little hard to read. Now, even if the code is minified, you can still kind of get back to the original by running it through an LLM. Kind of the way that the translation happens. You can have it go from minified code to non-minified code, and if you provide it some context, like this is React code, you know, turn it back into nicely written React plus TypeScript, it will take your minified code and then it will do its best to convert it into what it's supposed to be. Take it with a grain of salt. It's not going to be a perfect conversion. It's not a tool that is designed for this, but it actually does work quite well to get kind of a general sense of how the code works. You love this side of project? Thanks, DR3. Simple and easy. Wait, it freezes for you. What? It's not supposed to freeze, DR3. Are we on the same site? Funi.com? Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to just do versus bot. So here's the way it's supposed to work. Why do I have this open? That's what it's supposed to be. You're missing Flash Player? Yeah, that might be it. Oh, I know what you're doing, DR3. You're not playing it properly. Okay. This is a common problem, which means it is a bug with the game, even though it's not a bug. You're making a mistake. This is a race. It is a race. You're doing this. Oh, it doesn't go anymore. You see how it's red? That means you've typoed. Backspace and try again. I know, that's not obvious. That's my bad. I'll fix that at some point. How do I make that more obvious to noobs? I'm not saying you're a noob. You didn't know any better. But you're not the first person, or the second person, or the third, or fourth, or fifth person to mention that. This is a bug with the UI. Okay. Vibrating letters? I'm thinking something like vibrating letters. Thanks, Beef. Thanks for being on my side. Thanks, Emily. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. This is a user who's very happy to play on Funi and is doing their best, okay? That's your bad. It is not your bad, GR3. This is my bad for making the UI not obvious. How do I... Like, it's already red, which is your first sign you've done something wrong. Okay, so we go here. It needs to, like, flash this red, and it needs to go boom, like that. Go back to continue. Yeah, I could have it also show, maybe I show like an alert just in the center real quick, and it says, you've made an error. Backspace to continue. This is a useless file. How many mistakes can the user make? Too many. Why do I even allow them to make more than one? That's just confusing. I think that's the problem. That's part of the problem, is because people make a mistake and then they keep typing and they're like, oh, everything's fine, la-di-da. It's just red. Nothing bad could possibly happen. But it has, and that's kind of confusing. Let's see. I think if I do that though, if I reduce it to 1, it's gonna be too annoying because it's gonna flash like, you've made a mistake every single time. That's too much. I think we make it just 1 character. That's gonna help a lot, and then we do the bong thing or whatever, and that'll be nice and happy. Max bad characters, 1. Okay, now you can make 1 mistake. And then I need to make it so that maybe if the mistake stays there for like a second, then I show backspace to continue. Yeah, now it should be more, it's more obvious now. See, now like, now it's just very ready. And I think that's going to improve it as well, because now you don't have to hit control backspace. You just say backspace and you continue. I think type racer does a multiple, and that's why I did it, but it was a bit confusing. So that was my bad. Okay, so that's improved a little bit. Now I need to have like go like bong or something. should be added users input. Don't add if already at max errors. So if that's the case, I think we do a store. I'll do something there. This is how business actually works. Thanks, GQ. And yeah, it's extremely useful having the feedback just immediately in chat, and then just being able to respond to it in real time is so helpful. And then it's just like, it's a matter of like listening to your customers. And this is something that I really didn't get at Google when I was there, is you get like no feedback from your customers. It's very like, they don't speak to the devs. It's like very, very separate. Separate the developers from the people who care. It's like, I don't understand this. Allow the developers to speak. It's probably because like maybe they're afraid that like you know, the devs can't communicate with the normal users. That's wild. I'm not sure exactly why, but anyways. So what we want to do here is we have a nice store which comes from Type Royale store. So I think I want last error at. If they allowed them, they'd call the users noobs. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thanks, DR3. You lost how you missed the red letters? It wasn't obvious. Your contrast at the settings don't show the color change. It's a good thing we're adding other ways to know now. Last bad inputs. MS. Unix timestamp for when the last error happened while already at max bad characters. This indicates that we need to alert the user that they're a noob. Okay. So now we come over here and we go down here. I'm kidding, by the way, with the noob stuff. Please don't take it personally. Okay. If it is greater than or equal to max bad characters. Oh, it has a sound that it plays. So it plays a sound, but that's not enough. It needs to have like a visual indication because people mute the sound. So let's try this again. So I'm gonna have sound on. Oh, you know what? We can here. Let me turn this on. You can hear it too. Yay, sound. Okay. Well, it always does the sound. So let's improve that. That's because it's greater than or equal to at 1. So I need. This is some good sound. Thanks. Let's see, Type Royale, I think that was from Corey T Sounds. I really liked the sound he did. Am I on Indie Hackers or Product Launch? Not yet, DR3. No, I'm not. I should get on there though. I definitely need to. Let me put a to do, and maybe we'll get on it. Let's just do to do here. Get on Indie Hackers and Product Launch. Important for SEO and growth. There, I made it to do. Let me just remove this and then we'll just. Okay. Okay. So we have this and get error. So it plays an error. But this is an off by 1. Great. What if I do greater than instead? What happens now? The error you mistyped would wiggle? We're gonna make the caret wiggle. The carrot's gonna wiggle. Why does it still happen? I thought this would be if it is greater than the error. It is localhost. I'm doing something, and I don't know what I'm doing. I don't understand how any of this works. That's cool. Greater than or equal to 1, play an error message. How about this? I want the length minus the characters. Yeah. That will be more obvious to me. I'm not going to use a breakpoint here for obvious reasons. Anytime you're dealing with networking code, you don't usually want to pause. It causes all sorts of fun issues. Okay. Let's see what happens. So I'm typing. Thing is 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1. So that's 0, 1, that's 0, 1, and that's 1, 1. What? I don't... What? So then it should only play when it's already red, not on the first one. How do I represent the board in chess? I actually just use chess.js. Chess has a lot of tricky things to it, a lot of special rules and configurations to handle, and it requires a fair bit of code. So it's easier to just use chess.js. How the hell? You know what? I don't think it's actually hitting this SFX error. I think there's another one. Ah, there's another one. That's what's happening. I got it. I understand the way that this works now. Okay, so if this occurs, this is when I need to say store.set, and this is where we update the thing and it does the wiggle thing. Chris, howdy, how's it going? Thank you for the raid. What are you up to? Welcome. Yeah, we are doing a few things on Funi today. So, oh, also, I don't know if you saw it, but I made my first YouTube video. And I'll be doing, probably try like one a week or something. Food being delivered? Heck yeah. Alrighty. You came in and now the focus is a typing error? Oh, yeah, no, don't worry about it, GR3. I like to jump around a bit. I think it makes it more interesting, you know? You don't want to stay in one place all stream. So, okay, what we're doing here, now we set last bad input ms, date now. And that's going to signal that we need to wiggle the thing. So now how the hell does this carrot thing work? It's not called a carrot. Great, awesome. It's gotta be called a carrot. Player carrots. Use current user ID. Okay, so it must come from here. So, okay, we must need to know last bad input ms. Because we have current user ID. So how does that work? So these are mapped to player cursor. Howdy, Gozilla. This one's tricky. Selected user ID. So I wonder, does this re-render any time any carrot at all changes? It does look that way. Prompt users. This seems like it re-renders like a million, billion, gazillion, bazillion times every second. I guess that's okay, but like... Alright. Sure. I mean, we also have player cursor with the user ID. Hmm. And we have characters correct. There's gotta be something obvious in here that we can do. So what if we go into player cursor? How does that work? Okay, so this is positioning. This is positioning. This handles the location of it. So I could come down here and set a hook on this thing. Which I guess is fine. This is the kind of fix an AI would make. Is it? Is it though? Would it get it right? I don't know. I don't know, Azores. First try? You think it would get it first try? We can try. Okay. First of all, what's my current... Okay, that's a ton. If an AI makes a mistake, I'm gonna have no idea where the hell it is. Fine. We still have this open? Cool. Okay, let's go to text prompt. I'll explain what it must do. Oh, gosh darn heckin'. Oh, okay. This is some kind of caret. Yeah. Caret index, word, caret stuff, player carets. Great, okay. What is it? Control L? Okay, using last bad input ms if the d is equal to current user ID. Pass this to player cursor if date.now minus last bad input ms less than bad input animation delay ms and wiggle jiggle the caret a bit to show that it was a bad mistake. Alright. Okay, this part's right, this part's wrong, but it got at least one right. The D, I mean, oh, well, I guess, no, the debounce is fine. Debounce is fine. We can work with the debounce. Okay, sure. But I mean, we don't really need it. Do we have... No, this is not how we do animations on Funi. We use animation. It is a hook that exists. Last bad input ms, else undefined. Hey, that's at least, it got that part right. What the hell is this? No, we don't, no, what, no, I mean... We could have a wiggle like that, I guess, actually. Oh, crap, it actually works. Fine. Fine. I think that's mostly right. This is not quite the way that it's extended, I don't think. The little things. I'm not sure if I like this. Yeah, this is correct and proper and good. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about my future career, but this is fine. It didn't call the animation wiggle jiggle. Okay. Let's see, is showing bad inputs. Const is showing bad inputs. That is correct. Absolute. Wait, is that what the code is currently like, or did this like hallucinate and come up with some weird stuff? Parent class is going to do absolute ease out transitional. Yeah, actually that is correct. Gosh darn it, why does it have to be right? The debounce, we don't really need the debounce. I want to do the rest myself. Fine, cursor's kinda neat. I don't want it to be neat, but it's kinda neat. Kind of scary how good these AIs are. If you've tried like the new one by GPT, the deep research thing, it's kind of wild. I've been using it for like stock predictions. So we'll see how it does on that. But I don't know, it's fun to play around with. I use it for like anytime I want like a deep understanding of a topic as well. Do I pay the 200 tier? Yeah, I do. Okay, so this is on player carrots, last bad input MS, and then I want this to just be const bad input animation delay MS super standard. Yeah, last bad input MS. You'll not speak of this again? Wait, speak of what, Godzilla? Oh, the $200 tier? It's pricey. Nice research, thanks. I'm getting those like blink things again. I don't know where the heck that sound's coming from. One of these days I'll figure it out. Maybe GPT can tell me. Okay. Is showing bad input. What was last bad input MS? Wait, it didn't implement the thingy that it said it was gonna do. It was supposed to add it here. Oh, because it's VS Code, you've got to like do the savey thing, otherwise it doesn't save. Great. Okay, so that's last bad input MS, everything there is fine. If user ID is equal to current ID, then else it's on the bunch. Then I come over here, last bad input MS. Sure. Use it to predict the next crypto pump and dump? No, we're not. No. Come on. If we're gonna invest, we invest in like real things. You'll try with an SEO research on a website you're developing? Oh, that's an interesting idea, Azoras. Yeah, I'm curious. What does it say to do if I point it at Funi and I say, hey, make this more SEO better? Always look at funi.com and not like that. Optimize the SEO. Provide to optimize SEO and user revenue. Let's see, search for direct competition, e.g. deepergames.io, lube.io, among others. Offer suggestions on how to improve Funi SEO terms. Anything else? Do we just say go? Fine. Also search for keywords, other relevant techniques. Sure. Oh wait, no, I didn't do that nicely. Yeah, go, and it's gonna ask me for some clarifying questions. It always asks for clarifying questions, it's just how it works. Aspects of SEO are you most interested in? I don't freaking know. On page SEO, backlinks. All the things? All the things. Come up with some great new game ideas that would bring in a large audience. Backlinks is too much work. Backlinks are useful and important though. Improve rankings for specific keywords. How about enhance user engagement and retention? Increase organic traffic. Any uses ads, in-app purchases to be subscriptions. VIP. Whatever you think is relevant. Yeah, I'm gonna just say go. Alright, and then it will come back to us, hopefully, in a few minutes. Sometimes it bugs out and it just like doesn't actually finish. Sometimes it works. We'll see. But when it does work, this is an insane model, and I don't think you actually need to use it for research. You can probably prompt it. Is it? Yeah, you have to have Pro for this. So if you're not like, you know, sipping champagne and living the high life, this is very expensive. But luckily, because I have Funi, I can expense this, and we can see what it's like. You can't be a noob. Exactly, Emily. No, come on. This is out of reach for most people. 200 a month is very high. 10 researches a month? Oh. I wonder how many we have. Paper Games is at 46k. Funi slightly edges behind at 430k. That is such like a difference. 430k is not that great. Actually, is that up or down from before? I don't remember. Oh, come on. I already have an account. Let me sign in. You can get Pro or you can start for a few days. Yeah, you can start for a few days every month. 200 a month. Let's just do funi.com. Okay, so that's obviously very wrong. It's way more than 70,000 visits. Try like 10x that. But sure. Visits over time, completely wrong. Italy is not the number one. The US is the number one traffic. By a lot, but okay, sure. I guess SimilarWeb is a bit off. Organic search terms, maybe that's right, maybe it's not. Top referring websites, that's wrong. That is not the number one, but okay, sure. It's quite off. Do we have a rank? Where's the rank? Oh, there it is, 430k. That's, Do they show me rank over time? I don't think they do. Unfortunately. Brazil mentioned? Yeah, Brazil's up there, for sure. Tony actually does get a lot of Brazilians. Alrighty. What else we have? Slight monthly drop, yada yada yada. Buddy board games? What the hell is Buddy board games? No. I've never heard of this site. Don't look, chat. Don't look. This isn't... Just ignore this site. Don't go here. What the hell is this? They've got so many games. Okay. Well, that's cute. I got little 3D animations there. Okay, what else do we have? You use a website for streaming, your favorite website stopped working. Time to DDoS the competition. No, don't do that, Emily. Definitely don't do that. Come on, y'all. Don't do bad things to people. It just kind of comes back to haunt you. I would know. Back in my college years, you know, I did a whole bunch of hacky stuff to like Nexon, right? And that came back to haunt me. So don't do that. Let's see. This homepage. Dude, it just keeps going and going and going. This is crazy. Junia's website could benefit from better SEO through descriptive text and meta tags. Okay. Without JavaScript, yeah, you need JavaScript. The problem is I have a lot of... That's probably what's hurting Funi the most, is that it's a single page app. And that it gets weird if you don't have JavaScript. Online chess. I mean, it's kind of close. But it's not called Uno, it's called Funi Flippers, or Funo. I don't know where it's getting Uno from. I wonder if it's just because we don't have JavaScript that it's really hurting. Okay, while it continues, let me just scour the internet. Window to the left, please. Oh, right, yeah, this is a bit hard for you to see. Sorry about that. Alright, take care, Emily. We're gonna keep going on this cursor thing. I think it's almost done. Last bad input MS. Last bad input MS. Oh, right, I didn't allow undefined. Let's allow undefined there. You know what, I can go ahead and say undefined this way, and then that way you have to specify it. Take care, Emily. Yeah, I'll be here next time, hopefully. You know, 2 days from now. And then we have... And animate shake. Wait, do we have things like animate shake? I probably don't even need to implement anything. It probably already has animate. What kind of things we have? Spin, pulse, ping. There's no shake. There's bounce. Okay. So that would be tsconfig. Oh no, not tsconfig. Tailwind. Config ts, and we got plugins. One of these thingamabobbers in here. Pulse. Shake. I don't think shake is a thing like that. Let me see what it came up with real quick, because it didn't get it quite right. Oh, I guess it's got different types of wiggle. Theme extend keyframes wiggle. We have animation pulse. Maybe it works. I'm not sure. Howdy Ken, how's it going? We'll just see if that works somehow. I think shake makes sense, not wiggle. Extend animation, a wiggle. Oh, I think I need both. I need keyframes as well for shake, potentially. Kind of like that. We'll see what that looks like. Might not be as good. It ends at 0, right? 10, 90, 10, 20, 30. That seems like it's a lot of shaking. But we can play around with it though. So let's see what happens now. Oh my god. It's still going. It works. Forever. Amazing. You were trying to read my shirt on my Google story video earlier. Sure. Found it. This is the shirt I was wearing. So, it was a very relevant shirt for the stream, or for the video, because if you look at it, it says bar.foo. And on the back, bar.foo, and then the go/bar.foo. This is like an internal thing, the go link. So at Google, change scene. I want to make it bigger. Sure. Alright, so here's the front. See, it says bar.foo. It's got list comprehension. It's just in Python. And on the back, it says bar.foo, because that's, you know, what it says on the front. And then go/bar.foo, which is a Go link, but you can't access Go links outside of Google's intranet. But the first thing works. Okay. Anywho, yeah, it was a very relevant photo for, or shirt for the video. The shirt's wrinkly. Of course it's wrinkly. It's in the dirty clothes. What do you expect? Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay, so why then is this stuck at... because it's less bad input MS. Wait, what the hell? That don't make no sense. Hold it carefully. Okay, last bad input MS. That's updating. The last bad input MS isn't changing, but it's now going out of scope because it doesn't have a... Okay. Right. See? Friggin' AI came up with wrong code, didn't work, and all that jazz, and all that jazz. Okay. Problem is, I need to set a timeout if it is the case that it becomes, or that it needs to start animating, so that it re-renders the component when it updates. So, let me just go here. I mean, I guess there's a few things that could happen. I guess, no, we could just code it so that it doesn't infinite shake. That would help. Not doing infinite shake would help. No, because then, like, no, we should do it the other way. Okay then, Graham, that is great to know. I'm happy to hear that. You might want to get that looked at. It is shaking, so that is shaking. We'll set it to false initially. I'll have it use effect. And this is gonna be like should shake. So if it is shaking, then shake it, else don't. Let's see, so if not should shake, yeah, set is shaking to true, and then clear the timeout when it leaves. I think that's basically it. Nice. Let's see if that works. The animation's not quite what I want, so we'll improve the animation. There's many ways to do that, but we'll see what this looks like so far. Looks like the research is almost done. So you can see this is really not something that you would be using for writing code. It's way too slow. It works, but it's jumpy towards the end there. It doesn't move back nicely. Let's have O3Many improve the shake. Please improve the shake animation. And to shake a player by a few pixels makes a mistake. Should it return to its starting position and feel as awesome as possible. We'll just see how this works. And you know what? Let's compare. And we'll even throw in DeepSeek. Might as well. Here you go, DeepSeek. Give it your all. And you know what? Let's also throw in Gemini. This is kind of like a one-off example, so you can't really make any conclusions based on this. But, it'll be fun. I will say, yeah. You do the thingy as well. You give me an interesting one. We'll see. And Claude, fine. We'll allow. I'll do Claude. Okay, Claude's gonna do shit. Oh god, it looks like ass. But okay. Beautiful. Why is this a million billion? Dude, what? Gemini, bro, like, just change the code here. This is what I wanted. Shake little. That's cute. I just wanted shake to be this. Okay. It did change. The format. Fine. Okay, you know what? Change the format. We're gonna keep the format that it said. Shake little. Little shake. Big shake. 315S, ease and out. I think this is gonna be not super duper great, but well, that's what we came up with. A Bezier curve is gonna feel nicer. Ask smarter child as well. I don't know what that is. We're just gonna ask the best ones. There's a voice AI thing in Gemini? That's cool. I think there's an AI for voice too. Take the thoughts of R1 and throw them into Sonnet? No, okay. Not bad, except it kind of stopped animating. It just kind of stopped. But it might just be my error or something. I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there. But pretty solid. Way better than what Copilot came up with, so not bad. Yeah, I'm sure it does, Diver. It broke, it's not solid. It broke because it left out infinite. I think if I have infinite on here, it'll be fine. Okay, come on, let's try that again. Yeah, see, now it works. Kind of. Okay, I probably have like a bug in my code. It's like, if I just wait until it finishes, it works, but then like, if I spam it, it stops. It was weird. So I probably just have a mistake. Okay, this looks terrible. This is absolutely trash. But okay. So, okay, this was Google, Gemini, fast thinking. Pretty good. I'll give it 8 out of 10. Here's Sonnet. Claude Sonnet 3.5. Absolute shit. Not because I work there. No, this is, I mean, I don't even use Google search. Okay. Okay, we'll try it. But I'm pretty sure that this is not going to be great. I could be wrong. Let's see. Oh god. So this is bad for many reasons. It doesn't, it's not clean at the end. It's very jittery. I do not like that one. That is shake big. That is shake big. We made it 3 times further. Come on. Come on. That's really? Okay, how about DeepSeek? Oh no. This one's just as bad. This one's worse. To be fair, this is expected. I think Fireship is wrong and needs to reassess his last video on this one because DeepSeek is pretty trash, and so is Sonnet. Is this R1 DeepSeek? Yeah. Wait, oh, that's a good question. Yeah, it is. We'll see. We'll see what it comes up with. But I suspect this one's gonna be pretty bad. I mean, again, this is a one-off. It's not very... What? No. No. It doesn't even... It's not even... It's like, oh my god. Oh, I just noticed it's changing the Y and the X. Why would you do this? And it's rotating. This is not an OpenAI sponsored stream. I wish it was. They're spending like blowing money on AI. Please, I could use some of this. Please, send some my way. I'm like basically shilling for GPT. Okay, how does GPT? Not good. I think Gemini wins. I think Gemini did it best. Followed, it looks like, by O3 Mini. But I don't think this one's as good. I mean, it did do cubic Bezier, so maybe. It doesn't have infinite on it, so that's gonna be a bug. Alright, let's see. I have to try the Edge browser. Yeah, DeepSeek, more like Deep Suck. Firefox doesn't know how to animate? Dude, it's got rotate. And moving on the X and the Y. Okay. Alright, let's just be real here. Like, that is an unforgivable sin. Alright, we'll try GPT. I don't think GPT won this round. I think Gemini did, which is kind of wild. We have to. Are we gonna edge? We're gonna edge. Okay, fine. We can edge. But it's gonna be the same thing. Ugh. Ugh, not the best. Not the best. That is like... I think it's better than Claude. Not the best. Gemini wins for that. Okay, there's one more model though that I want to try. And that is O1 Pro. So we're going to have O1 Pro try the same thing. We're going to make it a clean slate. That way we don't get influenced by what was there before. The design is pretty cool. Oh, for Type Royale? Thanks. Oh, and we got our SEO in from Deep Research. Execute the above multifaceted strategy to improve all that jazz. We can turn it, apparently we can turn it into a dominant position. It's just like, it's a freaking like lore dump. This is what Deep Research comes up with. It creates like basically an entire paper. But I find it's very readable. God, it just freaking keeps going. I won't bore y'all with the entire thing. Casual multiplayer games. Funo, much of the site's content appears to be loaded via JavaScript, which is true. And lots more to improve SEO. Okay, so this is running into the no JavaScript thing. The quantity of content the Deep Research provides, yeah. So okay, here's the start. I'm gonna make this a little bit wider or taller so you can see. Okay, here's the start. 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs there, and it keeps going. Now it's about backlinks, and it just keeps going. More stuff about like how to get on backlinks and things. Offer Funi as a resource for educators or nonprofits. It does have some of those. Reach out to school websites or educational resource hubs. High domain authority. I didn't think about that for just the domain authority. I like that idea. Technical SEO evolution, etc. Yeah. But Funi is already very fast. Must ensure fast load times. Funi is crazy fast already. I'm just kind of stating stuff that I already know. Implement server-side rendering. Yeah, that's really important. I kind of have that a bit already, but I need to like investigate more and spend more time on it. Keyword research opportunities. Some keywords there, sure. God, it just keeps going. And it just keeps going and going and going. And then it goes over all the different competitors, talks about like strengths and weaknesses. Even goes over some that I'd never even heard about, like buddy board games. Publish high quality content regularly. Start a blog or a news section. I could do that. I could get like AI to just start pumping out news and blogs And I think I actually have a prompt. I'm not going to reveal what the prompt is, but I can actually I actually have prompts that will generate high quality, like, posts that are indistinguishable from humans. Um, so I think maybe we use that prompt. I can't reveal it on stream though, unfortunately. So maybe we do that at some point. And then just, yeah, improve user engagement rewards. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't know it's on Funi, unfortunately. This is the problem. Achievements, user accounts, profiles, we already have all this. Social features, already done. Community events, already done. Literally everything except for email newsletters, we don't do that because that's annoying. And it just keeps going and going and going. Oh, here's some new game ideas. Oh, make a social deduction game like Among Us. I guess it's a popular one. But I don't know. I don't know about that. You use Arch, by the way? Thanks. Thanks for letting us know. We wouldn't have known if you didn't tell us, because that's very important. More stuff. God damn, it's just like it keeps going and going and going. There. Oh, wait, Buddy Board Games gets 1 million? No. What? Alright. Anywho. So, right, I didn't try O1 Pro. Did O1 Pro do any better? No, it didn't. O1 Pro did trash. Gemini wins. This one was the best. So this is just a shake, 0.15s, easing out. And I think I want infant on that. How does it know how many visits they have? So a lot of the times, the way these sites work is they will either have like some kind of like an agreement with like the Facebook Pixel or something, or Google Analytics, or they will have a toolbar. So back in the day, before SimilarWeb, there was Alexa, and there was an Alexa toolbar. So the way it would work is they knew like the percentage of users that had the toolbar, and then they just multiplied it. So every time somebody with an Alexa toolbar visited a site, it was like a vote. So one of the tricks way back in the day to make it work is you would always install the Alexa toolbar, and that way, when you visited your site, which was a lot of the time, you would actually gain ranks to boost your score. And then I think Google and a lot of the other search engines or something used the rank from Alexa as like an indicator for how much traffic a site got or something, and did something with that. I'm not 100% sure on that. Could be wrong, but that's basically what you used to do. But I don't think this is really a thing anymore. It was basically spyware, right? But people installed it because it boosted your site rank. And Vue over React. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Those are fighting words. Come on. Come on. Vue is nice, but React is bigger. Okay, okay. React is bigger. So if I go here, I mean, hell, I could, this is more of a question for x.com because it's more up to date. So if I go here, what's bigger and girthier? Vue or React? I want the biggest, largest community. Okay, let's ask. So we give it just a regular prompt like this, and it says React is significantly bigger, as you would expect. Do I know why React has a larger community though? Or because it does. So if we go here, sorry, not translate, trends. It needs a larger community to do things. No, statics. That's not how it works. So If that was how it works, p statics, then the largest community would be assembly, right? We would all be writing assembly, but we're not. Why aren't we writing assembly? It does like the least out of the box for you. It's literally just like machine instructions. So clearly, it's not larger because it does the least for you. Vue use in China is insane. Yeah, so the non-English speaking world, I think, has like very high Vue usage, and then the West is a lot of React. But it just kind of depends, like what your job, like what your area looks like, right? If you're trying to get a job. But I really like React. I understand it. It works well for me. It works well for Funi. I know that you can build a large site with it, so I stick with React. Alrighty. You want to use the new thing and not CRA, Vite. The migration story or whatever to get off from CRA to Vite is actually pretty simple. So that's what you want. There's even like Vite from CRA, and there's like all sorts of things. Right? Oh, God, why are these people trying to blind us? You need like freaking sunglasses just to go to like websites now. You know, you put your sunglasses on, and then like you go here, and then now it's not so bad. But anyways, bingo bango, exactly. Anyways, why the heck does it shake and not shake? So if should shake, we do this thingy, and it sets shaking to false. And then last bad input MS, the timeout gets cleared. Let's see. Actually, I probably shouldn't have allowed that. That was a bit mean. Yeah. So let's see. Okay. Hold on. Let's be nice and civil. And I'll just time out both for now. All right. Just for a little bit. I just want to chill, y'all. Okay. Okay. So it should shake. If not should shake, it return. And then it says shaking to true. It's shaking to false. It seems fine. It seems like it's supposed to be that way. Let's see. Cursor is shaking. Is shaking. If is shaking, animate shake. Something deleted? Oh, sorry, I timed out 2 people. No, not bots. Just people who want to start like a war between Vue and React, you know. Okay. So then we go to type real. This is like tabs versus spaces. Come on, y'all. So it works, and then it breaks. And why does it break? Cursor is shaking. False, 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 false. It's as if it's not getting to where it needs to be. So if I have max bad characters, why is this not getting called? Like, it's obviously here. This code isn't getting called for whatever reason. Badness. something like that. Alright, let's try this again. Reddit? Yeah, like, I used to like Reddit, but it just feels like it's like an echo chamber now. Alright, so now if I start typing, it says badness, it says yes goodness, so it says it's updating. So that's correct, but yet it's not shaking. How does that make any heckin' sense? Store set last bad input ms. So that's correct. So that's fine, it comes in here. Well, it's maps, it has a key. Was it, well, no, it's fine, even if the key is the same, because we're changing the props. Last bad input ms, current user ID, last bad input ms, else undefined. That seems fine. Unless this is like memoed or something. Is there some kind of like player carrots thing going on that's like doing something weird? It doesn't look like there is. Nothing there's memoing it. So why on earth? Let's say that this is, what's this called again? Last bad input. Let's see if this is working now. And now, as I type, it says last bad input, which is updating, and I spam it. It is changing constantly. It is in fact changing. So then why on earth? How is that possible? Last bad input ms. So we come down here. Last bad input ms. It must come in here. Cursor is shaking. False. Last bad input ms. That literally makes no sense. This makes no damn sense. If you ever reach 100 words per minute, there was somebody who actually got up to like 120 words a minute or something, or maybe no, like 100, 105, just by playing Funi, because they really wanted an achievement on Funi, so they practiced, and like you can do monkey type and stuff like that, and you can get your word count up there. Or I mean, if you just use the computer all day long, you kind of get there too. Okay, let's see what's going on here. There's got it. Like, what the heck? Okay, so cursor is shaking. False, true, true, and then it goes false. And the delta is like 0 and 1. So how the hell? It's shaking because 1 and 0. What the heck? That should be true. One is less than 300. Oh. No, that makes sense though. It is shaking. Let's bet and put a mouse. Okay, that my freaking computer froze for a sec there. Bet and put a mouse or 0. Sure. that's gonna make it shaking initially. Wait. Yeah, so that sets it to shaking. If should shake. No, you know what? This needs to update as well on last bed input MS. Anytime last bed input MS happens, we need to make sure it's shaking. Okay, that's probably it. The first Discord link doesn't work anymore. Oh, the watch.dev. Yeah. Let me change this. So set CMD. I don't think that worked. Maybe edit CMD? Okay, it's edit, not set. That's confusing. Okay. Push-ups. Alright. Oh, it worked now. That was the problem this whole time. Great. Is that? I feel like that's too much shaking. Oh, that's because I didn't change it back. This was like the Copilot or GPT shaking, and I said that Google Gemini actually had the best one, so we'll use Gemini for this, and let's just delete all these other shakes because they were way too shaky, and then we'll do push-ups. I like how the error was just I wasn't updating the use effect anytime it changed, and then that was like, okay. To be fair, the LLM also failed to do that, I think. Actually, it's like a baby shake. Let's bump that up a little bit. Let's see if this is better. That's better. Yeah, great. Now it's obvious. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm also thinking about changing my background. So I think next stream, I'll probably change the lighting. We'll see. Okay, actually, we'll do it without my slippers, because I think that messes it up. Feet together. Oh, fine, next time. Oh, I don't know. Wait, where are my feet together? I don't know. How tall am I? Like 5'10" and a half? Wait, where'd my slipper go? Alrighty. Yeah, I got these like the Uggs or whatever. So I've got like the Uggs and the blue jeans. All I need now is a pumpkin spice latte. I got the blonde hair too. I am stereotypical. Kind of, except not really. Okay, anywho. I think this is pretty good. I think this is where I want it. So, okay, let's get this going, or get this into the code base. And then we'll jump back to what we were working on before this. Oh, there's GitHub Desktop. I'm not even in California anymore, Beef. Like, come on. That's not fair. I was only there a little bit. Okay, this is actually a lot of changes. Okay, so one of these is increase probability of an achievement. You can probably use a use memo. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Dita, right? I want it to keep shaking. So I actually do want it to kill the timeout and go back in. So that way, anytime it updates, it just resets the timeout for the shake. So it keeps shaking. Whereas if I do something with the use memo or something, it's not gonna do that as much. If you saw me with a sugar-filled latte, you'd suspect something is wrong. I like lattes, okay? I do. But I also like tea because you don't need sugar to make it taste good. Although, my morning does revolve around a bit of brown sugar for my coffee drink. It tastes nice. I like the way it tastes, okay? Alright? Okay. But I do like tea. I'm a pumpkin spice latte girl. I am. I like my pumpkin spice lattes. And I use it, like when I was in San Francisco, I used to carry around pumpkin spice. So you can buy little jars of pumpkin spice. And let's see if I can find one of these. Pumpkin spice. Target. Oh gosh, heck and darn it. I want to buy pumpkin spice. Where's... It's basically this, I think. Kind of. Just imagine this, but it was like a smaller jar. So I would carry this around in my purse, and then I'd go to like Starbucks, and I'd order a latte, but I would ask them to use my pumpkin spice, and then they would. So they made me a pumpkin spice latte. It was not as good. Don't actually try that. It's pretty terrible. Because you get little chunks of pumpkin spice in there, and it's like, what even is this? Okay, let's remove some of these console logs. And does everything else look good? I think it pretty much does. Yeah. Cool. And that's going to be for type rail. Make bad errors more obvious. Alright, back to matchmaking. So if we go to matchmaking, this is what we've currently got. And now matchmaking, the type rail change. Yes, make it more obvious for noobs. I should have added that in there. No, come on, let's be nice. I think it should be a little higher, actually. I think top 4 is not as good as it could be. So let's do top 2. See how that looks. That should be nice and in a good spot. Yeah, that's better. I could even be type 1. Type 2 versus type 0 versus type 1. I'm conflicted. Let me see what type 0 is like. If I do type 0, I almost feel like it should be not round. Maybe type 1. Or top 1. Maybe even 0.5. Yeah, I think 0.5 actually. That way there's a tiny little gap and then it still covers up the center area. Yeah. Cool. And that looks nice and centered as well. I like that. Okay. Now I just need it to be like, I need some text. I need some text. What do I want the text to say? I'm thinking it'll say maybe the game name and the time. So like name and then time, and then it'll have like a divider, and then we'll have this part be spinny. So maybe we have animate spin. Let's see what that looks like. That is very cute and very dumb. But that will help make it obvious. Okay. Can I change the duration? Because it's spinning way too fast. So let's see. All right. I kind of want it to just talk to me in caveman speak. Spin slow. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Okay. Tailwind spin too fast. Me slow spin. Do like this. Great. I love it. Me sure. Answer work. I love this. Okay. And now it will be perfect. God damn it. Copilot. Gosh darn it. What? How does it know? All right, let's try that. I think that works. Is that the way I want it to spin? Maybe. Oh, the shadow is a bit weird though, because the shadow... I could do something a bit strange. I could have the shadow be on a parent and then I could have it like spin, and then you would see the shadow being like to the bottom right. And so you'd see the shadow kind of moving. It would be really bad for performance, but it might look neat. I'm curious what that looks like actually. Let's not do this drop shadow on this. Let's have a weird wrapper that complicates the hell out of this and do it that way instead. Shadows of round balls. Round balls, slightly deformed ball. It just depends. Just lots of balls. Okay. It'll be good. Everybody likes balls. So now we take this and we put it here. Okay. So that might look off. We'll see what happens. MX Auto is applied to the image. Why do we have MX Auto? How does that make any sense? I don't think we need that. You don't think it'll change too much in a spin? I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think it's working. Let's see. Yeah, you can see there the shadow is... It changes a little bit. Wait, I think it's changing. I can't tell. It's so hard to tell. Yes, I think it's changing, but I think this has a shadow on it as well. This one might be more obvious. It's kind of hard to tell, actually. Yes, that shadow. It actually changes. Here, let me make it really apparent, very obvious here. Let's just make it like 4, 4. We're just gonna kind of go overkill on the shadow so you can kind of see. There, now it's obvious. See how the shadow is like changing? I'm sure this is terrible for performance, but it's such a small area, I don't think it's gonna matter. I should double check. Yeah, I'm gonna make it like super obvious. And then I'm gonna run this on a browser with no hardware acceleration, just to make sure we don't hurt the frames too much. See, that's kind of the way it works. It's only painful for Firefox? Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine. Isn't that cool? It's like a bit of like a 3D effect. We're not gonna do a shadow that big. Modern browser. I mean, this is a filter, so filter drop shadows are expensive, but it's probably fine. Kind of neat. That's a cool effect. I like it with the checkers. Okay, so yeah, let me try this in Chrome. And let's see what the performance is like. Is it good? Is it bad? I'm not sure. Hardware acceleration? No, we don't use hardware acceleration here. Photopea? There's no way that works without hardware acceleration, right? You actually like when the shadow is further away? Yeah, but I feel like it could be a little distracting. I think like this is way too much. We don't want it to be distracting. Yeah, it is cool how it's like that, for sure. But I think it'll get old pretty fast. 4-4 looks classic. Yeah, we'll do 4-4 for the shadow. Oh no. What the hell? Where's my thing? It don't work. Wait, oh, wait, wait, what? Sus. Now it works. That's sus. That's probably fine. Right, let me see what performance is like before and after. Oh god. I mean, so what? So we're at 40-ish. Then I hover over matchmaking. Okay, so we're 40-ish. It doesn't really hurt. I mean, 40 is not great. Oh yeah, we're doing the super expensive background. Right. This thing. The moving background. It's probably fine. I think it's fine. This moving background is the bigger pain. I don't like the performance though. I mean, hardware acceleration is disabled and it is quite large, but I mean, I guess see, that's laggy for me. This is laggy. I can feel the lag. Hmm. I don't love the performance. It's also not terrible, and I'm sure if I make this a reasonable size, it's still kind of shit. What's the background animation? This thing. So if I disable that, now it should be better. What? Disabling the background hurts the FPS. This is not what? This isn't 3 FPS. Look how smooth. That's not 3 FPS. Okay. That makes no sense. Add more effects to reach 120 FPS? Yes, clearly. I think this is buggy. This isn't 3 FPS. There's no way. It's not this smooth. This doesn't make sense. I don't know. It seems fine. We're gonna stick with it. We'll do 4-4. We'll see what that looks like. I think that looked good. Yeah, we're just gonna ship it. I think it's good. Yeah, it's kind of a neat effect too. 4 might be too much. I might do 3 actually. I feel like 4 is too big for the size of it. Like, you can still see it. Yeah. Okay. And now that we have the little animaty thing, I want text. Basically, maybe it should be the name of the game though, which is game data name. And LG is going to be way too big for this. And this is not going to be the wait time. This is actually going to be the time currently in it. And I need to have a timer thing. Which means I need this to be time in queue. That's not quite right because it doesn't work that way. And it's just gonna have a nice little colon. And it's gonna be minutes, seconds. Except the seconds is to No, not fixed. Left pad. Yeah. So that doesn't quite work because it doesn't update. I need to re-render this every second. And I have a hook already, which kind of does this. But I think I just want something simple. So let's do it this way. I'm just gonna have some interval, which is every 10 times a second, and it's gonna cause a re-render on this thing. Which is going to be based on the queue start time ms, which is going to update it. And we're going to have const re-render, which is going to be use state. I'm just going to use this pattern that I like to use. Okay. And this is going to be every 100 millis. And the re-render. Simple as that. We can simplify that a little bit more. Okay, how does this work? We've got this render thingamabobber. It's going to do that 10 times a second. And that should be smooth enough for my liking. It's not going to be like mega perfect, but you know. Perfect. So as you can see, I've been in the queue for only, how many minutes is that? 28.9 million minutes. So that's super great. You can see there the time in queue. Works really well. Okay, so that's obviously shit. I think because the queue start time ms is probably 0. So let's see, queue start time ms less than or equal to 0. If so, else display this thing. Where'd you leave off on view being better? Okay, come on, p-statics. Okay, yeah, we can see here now it's being set to 0, and that's the problem right now. There's also a big gap in this thing, and so that makes everything look really awful and not nice. So we need to make sure our text has less of a gap, and that's going to improve the way this looks. And then also I need to figure out why the queue start time ms isn't being set over... Yeah, okay, so it's never being set whenever I call start. So if we look at matchmake, we have matchmake request. So on start, I need to call matchmaking start. Let's go ahead and call update. That way there's less renders. I think it's the same number, but we're updating multiple things. We might as well just do it once. Yes, frameworks. Is this, are we talking about React and Vue? Okay. Yes, I'm aware that if we do vanilla JavaScript and we do stuff like that, things are fast and zoomy. I get it. React is not the best on this. I'm curious, actually, how do the different versions of React compare? And I know Preact is way faster, I know. So this is 16, that's ancient. Do we have newer versions of React? Light. Is this just not updated? This is useless if where's version 17 or 18 or 19? I mean, I don't think 19's out quite just yet, but still, this is old. Then Redux. People don't use Redux. Nobody uses Redux. Except for big companies and people who want to think that they're cool, even though they're not, because Redux is shit. Yeah, seems like there's nothing too new here. This is build. I guess I could have just checked this to see that it's out of date. That's unfortunate. Alright, so now it should tell me the time in queue. Awesome. 0 seconds. Great. What? Why is it 0? Okay. Fastest queue ever. It's amazing queue. Best queue. You always join in the 0th second. You never have to wait even 1 second. Confirmed, because the timer never updates, so that's how that works. It just feels immediate and instant and amazing and wonderful. How? I'm calling start. Definitely have a queue start time. But why does this not do the thing that it's supposed to do? Console log time in queue. Let's try that. See if that's better. It's forcing a re-render 10 times a second, so I mean, we have that. I mean, that's gotta be doing a thing. Time in queue, and we have data, we've got updates. Why does the time keep getting modified? What? That makes no sense. Wait. Oh, it's stuck at 0. What the hell? Queue start time MS, stuck at 0. Oh, because we're not actually joining the queue and everything works and it's perfect and it works great, but it's not being done because we didn't actually join the queue. Okay. I know what's going on. I don't have the listener enabled because I didn't want to actually join the queue. That's why. So now, if I go here, it works. And the one in a row piece looks very funny when it rotates. It looks like an egg. It should give an error if it fails to join the queue. Yeah, you know, that makes sense. That does make sense, which is why we are not gonna do it. Okay, so let's figure out. So okay, the queue thing works. It's great. Let's reduce the height. I might add it at some point, Slayer. It does make sense. This is one of those things where it's just I'm not gonna do it until I'm told to do it, and then at that point we'll do it. Okay, so let's remove the gap here. And okay, it's a little bit better. So okay, great. And then do we have like a line height in here or something? Do I just have to make things smaller? Like width by height. I gotta save 12 pixels. 12 whole pixels. 12 pixels. How the hell am I gonna find 12 pixels? I could do SM and I could do like XS. But then, you know, then the text is gonna be like for ants. I mean, that kind of works. How big is it over on our... this thing? Their text is huge. Okay. And we have a lot of space. We can make it bigger. We don't have to have text for ants. Okay, fine. In that case, let's not put padding on the whole thing. We will instead do px of 2, and then inside of here we'll have a nice py of 2. And that should be happy. And do I need py of 2 on the button as well? I'm not sure. I feel like I don't. Let's see what that looks like. That's a bit better. Is that enough? It's not centered though. The text should be centered and it's not centered. So I think we want to my auto this. And now it's nice and center. Yeah, great. Okay, how's it looking now? We got the thing, and if we go here, cool. I like it, I like it. That's nice and square, looks good. The gap needs to be higher between these components. Gap of 2 just doesn't feel quite good enough. Let's see if gap 4 is big, or if that's too big. I think that's actually good. Awesome. Okay, so we've got the name. We've got how long they've been in the queue. I don't like how this isn't centered though. I feel like that should be centered, not left aligned. I'm not sure. Like, you're gonna have some games that are really big. Like here, okay, I mean, they center the text. Okay, fine, might as well center it. It's not centered. Don't worry, I have a solution. We will center it. Don't worry. Things are fine. There, it is now centered. Okay? No cause for alarm. No need to panic. We've solved it. Okay. And then I think we might do the vertical divider bar. And we'll say vertical. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's see what that looks like. That looks like shit. Let's try that again. Why is this a pixel? How is a divider 1 pixel? What? Why does it have my auto on it? Okay. The height is supposed to be full. Min height, 100%. Bang, important. What the hell? This is impossible. Max height, 100%. Bang, important. What? How does this even happen? Okay, what am I missing? We have a border, we have a height. I mean, if I say that the height is 30 pixels, now it's okay. So that works. What about display block? No? The hell if I know? Okay, we can do maybe display flex. Is that gonna? No? Okay. You liked the old one? What do you mean? Dybala? The old what? The old dialogue where it was nice and big? This is not a dialogue. You can still access all of Funi while this is on. And none of these are good. It's because it's inside of a flex, but it's not doing what it's supposed to. What about flex grow? Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Display flex doesn't work. Why is it being set? Only 1 pixel. I don't understand. I wonder if GPT can solve it. Oh, wait a minute. It's because I have flex center on the parent, isn't it? No, I don't have flex center on the parent. I remove it, it's fine. I wonder if it's just because it's not a div. But I thought HR could be vertical. Let's just say something like this and see what happens. And it might need to specify a width on it. Because it probably has 0. Okay, and then min height of 100%. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter if it's an HR or not. Even with 100% on the height, why the hell? Hi, Kenku. Yeah, that doesn't work. Why the hell is this not happy? It doesn't have margin. If I position absoluted, it would obviously work. I don't want to do that. I'm at this point just gonna hide it because I'm lazy. I'm gonna put a to do on like why the hell does this not work? It shouldn't have to do that. Is that actually 32? Yeah, it is. And that's 44. Okay, that's still a bit... Oh yeah, how's that look? I don't like it. It's still too tall. I need it to be less tall. I gotta get rid of some more space. So if I do leading none, I might be able to get a bit better on that. Yeah, that's a bit better. Let's do leading none. That removes the line height, which messes up if there's like if it goes under the line, like a Y or a G or something, or a P or a Q. But it'll be fine for here. The numbers don't clip like that, except, you know, maybe 1 pixel at the bottom. So let's see. Now this is still 48 pixels. We still have a little bit more height we gotta get rid of. Howdy, Mendoza. Should be on the finding match button. Oh yeah? Yeah, Slayer, we could do that. There's not a lot of room for an X button inside of the button. And it's definitely gonna yell at me if there's a button in a button, but maybe I could have it be a shorter button, and then I could get rid of the icon or something. I could say finding match, and then there's like a button to the right of that to cancel it, and it'll be like a red button. The centering looks strange. Which part looks strange on the centering? Oh, you mean how like it looks off center because this is not perfectly center, and so you have a gap over here of like 1 cursor, and then over here it's like 1, 2.5 cursors. It is perfectly centered. It's just this is not perfectly centered. Which is like, okay, why is this not perfectly centered? I don't know, but it's not. Maybe that is a little odd looking, but I mean, hell, you know, this is still centered. Okay, I need to make it so that this doesn't go to a second line as well when it's really short, because that's not a good experience. So let's make that overflow not do that. White no wrap, ellipsis, overflow, hidden. Okay, so now when it gets teeny tiny. No, it doesn't do the thing. I need min-dub 0 on it. Should be shrinky now, hopefully. Keyboard sound, thanks. No, it's not shrinky. Arg. Don't shrink the dynamite thing. Okay. What if I say I want this to have a min double and min height of 32 pixels? Do not shrink this thing. Eh? How does any of this work? Okay. And what if this name is super duper long? God. Okay. Having min-dub helps, but for some reason this is not shrinking. Like I told it. Oh, I didn't tell it to put. Okay, I know why. I stuck it on the wrong thing. I need min-dub 0 on this part. And let's also set maybe min-dub 32 pix, min-h 32 pix on that, just in case. See what this looks like now. And shrinky dinky, and let's make it smaller. Let's make the text larger. Just for testing purposes. Why? Why does it hate me? Okay. So, max width. Let's do calc 100% minus 32 pixels. It's a start. How about minus 64 pixels? How about minus 96 pixels? It looks like shit, but at least it is a start. I mean, that gives enough room, but I feel like it's really just kind of on the border. There's really not a lot. Let's add a few more. Let's do, how about 104 pixels? There's a little bit of a gap. I feel like it should still be a bit more. 108? 112? That might be enough. Let's do 116. More spacing is usually better. Yeah, we'll do 116. Okay. We've done that, and now I need overflow hidden on this component. So now the text hopefully won't overflow. Hey, that's a bit better, but it's not doing the thing that I want it to do. So why is it not? That's because this is just ridiculously big. So max dub full maybe. That's better. Now it's truncated, but it's not. Oh, how about overflow dash hidden the way it's supposed to be? Teach, howdy. Thank you so much for the raid. Huge raid. What were you up to? Truncate instead of a text ellipsis? Is that a thing? Okay, max dub full. Definitely still need that on here. Max dub full. Hey, there we go. That's what I wanted. Now it's ellipsis a thing. So what we're doing right now is we're working on the matchmaking system. So I made it so you can enter a matchmaking queue on any page on Funi now. So what that means is I can like be queued up for 8-ball or for Dynamite while I verse a bot in 8-ball pool, or I can leave the queue at any time. Truncate is a thing? Okay, we'll try it in a sec. So you can see there, this is what the new physics is like as well. If you haven't played Funi's 8-ball pool in a while, I updated the physics about 2 weeks ago, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I made it like really nice. The game is going to end here because I'm not running the pool service locally, and I'm running this as like a private server for Funi so that I can test. Okay, so I think that works pretty well. Let me see if truncate is actually a thing. I know you say it is. Truncate is a thing. Okay, and what does that do? It literally does exactly what I want it to do. It does ellipsis, no wrap, hidden. Gosh heckin' darn it. Well, thank you, chat. Okay, ellipsis, overflow hidden, white space, no wrap. That's all just truncate. Okay. The more you know. Pool and OCaml. Hell no. Look, I like to be at least semi-sane. You know, I need as much sanity as I can get. After being like a developer for so long, like, yeah, sanity is something running real low, right? So, anyways, here we go. Got this working. Looks great. It says the name twice, just the way it's supposed to. That's for testing purposes. So that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and not say the name twice, just say it once. See what we've got going so far. And right now, I like it, but I think we can do a little bit better because here it just kind of like overlaps just a tiny bit. So I think I want to remove a little bit more gap here. So we need to mind the gap just a little bit more. There's a few ways I can do this. One of those is I can use negative margin. So I could be like negative mt1, and that makes it magically work. So now this is... Why the hell is it still... Hold on. Okay. It's still because of this. Which doesn't make any sense. How's that possible? How is it that we have my auto on this and we somehow have positive margin? It says we don't have any margin. Okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Whatever. But it seems like if I do negative margin, it's not actually reducing the size of this component. I've already done leading none. Oh, wait a minute. Leading none isn't on this thing. What the hell? Let me try this again. Time NQ text. Wait, where's my leading none then? Did I not put this on? I thought I did. Oh, I'm a dummy. Let's try that again. Stick it on here. And on this as well. And let's go ahead and do uppercase for the game name, just so that leading none doesn't cause any issues. Otherwise, like lowercase y's or p's or q's will be truncated and you won't see the full letter. That's a lot better, hell yeah. And now, it's still too big. Okay, but this is progress, you know, we are getting there. I can see there's a lot of margin now. I don't know where that's all coming from. It might be coming from the border, possibly. No, it's not from the border. Is it really still from the text? No, it's not from the text. Is it from... Does this component somehow have a minimum height to it? I don't see any height. Let's see. Do I plan to add in the future different types of pool? I do, Dark Sky. I'm gonna add a 9-ball pool, and I'd like to add in maybe Karam, maybe snooker. So Booney is like the best site on the internet for pool, and I am really excited. I want to make it even better, right? So yeah, the plan is we'll add in the other types, because there's nowhere good to play snooker. Like legitimately, if you go online and you look for a good snooker game, it does not exist. I cannot find it. So I want to implement that, and want to implement some other games. I mean, there are snooker games out there. There's like one that's like 3D, but I don't really care for it personally. So, okay, what is snooker? It's a game that people that don't like normal pool play. It's interesting, but like, I don't understand it. It's got like different rules and things. It's fancy. And people wear fancy suits and vests or whatever, and they play it, and clearly pool is the top game. On Funi, yeah. I mean, I spent a long time on it, so I would hope so. Okay, so we've got display none on that, and it's still 48. How is this possible? Let's display none on... Okay, so it's clearly the image, and its drop shadow, and its PY is set to... Oh, it's got a PY of 2 on it. And if we think about it, that's obviously going to be 48 pixels tall because 32 plus 16 is 48. Okay. I know why it's broken. There's a pi 2 on the image, and it should only be a pi 1. That's going to make it 40 pixels tall. And I think that might end up looking a bit better. Oh, see, now it's not enough. Now it's not enough. Fine. 1.5. I'm getting real weird with the numbers here, but you know, if it works, it works. That's perfect. Much better. I like it. I like the gaps. That is starting to come together. This, having the button there where you can just close it instead of having to find it up here, is going to be an improvement as well. Why can you never tell when you're trolling or when it's for real? I'm sorry, Mendoza. I've literally had this conversation with BG yesterday. BG and Nate were like, they thought I was trolling, and I wasn't trolling. And apparently, I always have like a calm demeanor or something. There's like, it's hard to tell when I'm trolling and when I'm not trolling. I've had so many people confused of when I'm trolling and when I am not. And that's just the way that I like it. Okay. So I think what I want now is maybe we make it so this is a button as well. So you can close it. Maybe... Should that be like red or something? Should, like, when I hover over it, should the color go to red? I'm curious what that looks like. This might be a bad idea, but I mean, it is a destructive action, so making it red when you hover would make sense. So I probably can't just say color red or text red 500. That probably doesn't work. It probably has to be on the actual thing. So I might have to do a group hover here. Yeah, oh, actually that does work. Okay, cool. So I don't actually need that. I can just be hover, text red 500. Let's see what that looks like. What about adding a confirmation? Maybe. I don't like it being red. I feel like that's too much. There's too much color with the purple. I didn't think I was gonna like it. And now I remember why. We could do a confirmation, but I mean, typically, it's an X. And either read through it off? Yeah, absolutely. I think if you click it, it should just leave. Maybe. I don't know. I'm unsure because like a lot of times you might accidentally click on matchmaking and you're like, oh heck, I don't want to queue. Quick, quick, close it. And if it's, oh heck, I don't want to queue. Quick, quick, close it. Oh no, now there's a confirmation. Oh no, now I'm in a match. Right? I don't want to have that happen. So that's why I'm not doing it. Dude, I gotta figure out why physical dachshund is always in these rooms. This is weird. I also have another bug I have to fix. There's like this thing that happens if you play an 8-ball pool match and then you get the 8-ball pocketed on the first turn. It's weird, so I gotta fix that too. Okay. I mean, this is fine. I almost just want to have the time estimate down here. Is the time working? Yeah, it's working. It's just I'm not actually in queue, and so it's not counting up. Because if I enter queue, it'll be like a 1-second match. Let's go back to having it be this way, and then I almost want the average time to be here. Kind of like ETA. So maybe make it look like ETA. Just as an idea. And then have it be like a gap. But my concern there is it might be too much info. It definitely fits, and it makes it nice and compact without wasting a lot of extra space. So here's what the other one's like, where it's like search, and then you have like a range that's doing, and then like some number of players, and like a bunch of other stuff. To me, this is like an information dump, and this is like way too much info. I could even have it be like not saying the game name, because you already have the icon for the game. And maybe it's just you have the top and then you have the bottom. I think it's fine. I think most games have a fairly long name, even Funo. Yeah, I think that's still okay. I do need this span though, and so maybe let me make it a span. And then this can be flex gap 1. And then this can be a p tag. That's gonna re-render this whole thing a lot though. I don't want it to re-render this very often because it's a lot to re-render constantly. We can just instead have it be average wait time text, and now we can move this hook down and it will reduce the number of renders on the whole thing, right? Just kind of why I like this global store so much, because it helps reduce re-renders, which is why it makes it all zoomy, fast, and way, way better than Redux. Also way simpler. And I made it, so, you know, bonus points. What would you do if a player has slow internet and the other player is waiting on them to connect to start the match? Then you win. On the back end, on the server, it forces the players to join. So if the other player joins and then they just like don't, then you win. Problem solved. I had a more complicated thing in the back end where basically the server would say, hey everybody, time to join, and then the clients would have to say, yes, I am ready to join, and then the server would say, good, now you have joined, and then it would start. But that's just overcomplicated and just makes everything a pain. Let's just do ETA, I think is fine. How about instead of average seconds, we say minutes and seconds. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Math floor, yep. Seconds. Yee. And now I want this to be minutes, colon, seconds, dot, to string, dot, at start, 2, 0. And I guess dash initially. Do I plan to add in region play, as in Americas, Asia's, whatever else, as, I don't know. Would it be a good idea to have a progress bar that goes down with the time? Oh, like we have an estimate that it will take like 30 seconds, and then as you approach 30 seconds, maybe, Grayson, that's a good idea. Why is this broken? Oh. Right, yeah, of course, because we deleted it from here. Let's see what that looks like. It doesn't have ETA. The text should always have ETA on it, I think. How about estimate equals this part. Otherwise, it's a dash, and then it's just going to be return ETA estimate. So that's going to be whatever the time is. What do you call this time? See what that looks like. But my concern is, if we keep adding to this, it's gonna be very, very, like, full of information. It already has a lot. Do I even want the divider? Let me see what it looks like without the divider. You like the spinning icon? Thanks, Grayson. Appreciate it. If you notice, there's the shadow on this. So what I did is I moved the shadow to the parent element, and that way, when I rotate the inner thing, the shadow kind of moves and stays on the bottom left. Whereas if it's stuck to the same thing that's spinning, the shadow would actually be rotating around as well. So the region thing, I mean, Funi right now doesn't have region support. I think that's going to come more like when I implement like localization and stuff, so actually having support for different languages. So I noticed that on Funi there's a lot of Spanish speakers and there's a lot of Brazilian speakers. So Portuguese speakers. I think it's Portuguese. But then why isn't it called Portugal? Why is it called Brazil? I don't, that part confuses me. Is Portugal a place? It is a place. Wait, hold on. So if Portugal is Portuguese, wait, do they speak? Okay, so that's Portuguese. So in Brazil, what like is it Brazilian or is it Portuguese? It's Portuguese. This is confusing to me. We discovered Brazil. Yes. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. How's this? Wait, hold on. When you say we discovered Brazil, you mean like Portugal discovered Brazil or Brazil discovered Portugal? I'm confused how that works. Portugal is the country next to Spain? Wait, hold on. Wait, Portugal is not in South America? Hold on. Portugal is... Okay, I see. So this is like in Europe. And then they, I guess, Portugal discovered Brazil, which is this big place. And that's why it's Portuguese, because... Okay. I see. That makes a lot of sense. The same with this. I'm learning. Y'all are teaching me history. Alrighty. Discovered South America today. As an American, this is something. Alright. Kinda complicated. Makes sense. Okay, so this is without the border, and I think that's fine. I think it actually, this to me looks not overwhelming. I think when we add the divider, I think it makes it overwhelming. I could add in a history game. Dude, if I add in a history game or like a geography game, I'm gonna be like last on the leaderboards. It's gonna be like Acorn, you know, spends 50, 100 hours developing the history game and is still the worst player. It'd be neat though. Maybe at some point we'll add it. I do want to add like some kind of trivia game at some point. Yeah, I think we go without the border. We add GeoGuessr. I'm so sorry. I really wanted to add GeoGuessr, y'all, because I know how to build a GeoGuessr game that is like fractions of a penny and very cheap to make. The problem is that I'm like actually prevented based on the terms of service from making something like GeoGuessr. So there are a couple sites out there which do something like GeoGuessr, but the reason why they exist is because they're actually skirting the rules. So I think like OpenGuessr is maybe one. So let me kind of show you the way that this works and how they're skirting the rules. If you actually take this, I'm going to do a little bit of reverse engineering here to show you what this is and how they're cheating. But Google Maps and all of the other services that provide a street view have like draconic terms of service where you are required to have every client call out to their service, and it counts as an API call, and it's very, 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 very expensive. This is why GeoGuessr is so expensive. This like they need to have their monthly fee because it's the only way they can afford to run. And the way that these other games work is that this is actually just an iframe of Google, and then this is their actual source that the iframe is. This probably won't work because the key is going to get rejected. But if we inspect this URL at first, notice a few things. First of all, they're passing in the location. Sure, everything there's fine. But they're also passing in a language, I believe, somewhere. Where's the language being passed in? Normally they pass in like a fake language, and that prevents the thing from showing up. This one might be different. So if I remove this top, let's see top is removed, and remove the height calculation. Let's just do height 100% here. You see that? You see this thing here that pops up where it says the like this information here? So there's a few of these. I guess this site doesn't do the other hack where you specify an invalid language. Let me remove that OpenGuessr thing to make this more obvious. But this is how the site works, and it's against Google's terms of service. So Google can actually have this site shut down at any time. It's just they haven't shut it down yet because it's not big enough. How about OpenStreetMap? You can kind of see how, here's how it works. OpenStreetMap and some of those other things. Is this the one by Meta? Yeah, like this is, you're allowed to use this. I believe. I think it's a little off. I think this is the one by Meta. I'm not sure. Or does this do the thing where you can actually get a street view? Or no, this is different. This is not the Meta one. This doesn't have street view that I'm aware of. But yeah, like this is allowed. That's not the problem. The problem is the street view. So the way that you build something like a street view is you actually apply the different squares to a cube, and then you render that as if it is a sphere, and that gives you this kind of look. So if you're ever wondering how they build something like Street View, this is actually based on tiles. And if I go to my network and I go to images, you can see kind of the tiles here, the way that this works, right? So here's a tile, and here's like a bunch of tiles. See the images. So then it just kind of stitches this information together into a sphere, and that's how it runs. So the idea would be you run this on the back end, right? You fetch it on the back end, you cache it, and then you use a CDN to serve these tiles. But if you do that, you are breaking their terms of service and you can get shut down. That is why I can't build a game like this. Isn't this a skybox in a 3D engine? Yeah, this is called a skybox. So if you're using something like 3JS, you can just use a skybox, and that's basically going to get what you want. And you just apply those squares to the skybox. So I was totally down to build my own skybox, my own street view, and implement something like that where you could navigate and everything. And in fact, there's even like a Street View JS thing. I don't remember what it's called, but there's like a GitHub thing. Someone has like their own open source one, which is what I would base it off of. It's not this one. It's a different one, but it has like thousands of stars. Is it Mapillary? No, it's not that. I don't think. Maybe it is. It's something like this. Yeah, it might be Mapillary. It's one that's been around for ages. Yeah, it could be. I think it might be Mapillary actually. Why don't I use Google search? Don't need it. LLMs are better than Google search nowadays. Anytime I want to do Google search, I just go to x.com and I plug it in here into Grok because it's better. I can do Guesser. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right? Like, there's another thing you can do. Another way someone got around this is they implemented something like GeoGuessr, but they did it for video games. But that's very hard because in order to support video games, you actually have to map out the whole world and you have to do like a bunch of reverse engineering. It's a very cool concept. I love it. I just wish I could do GeoGuessr. Maybe I might talk to Google at some point and be like, hey, we want to offer this service, but you know, our average use is very low. Can we please get an exception to use it? They're probably going to say no. They're not the only ones either doing this. There's also Apple Street Maps, or Apple Maps has like a street view. Maybe let's not. Okay, Apple Street Maps API. Hold on. Apple Maps Server API, is this going to be? There's something around here. It'd be awesome to have a little minigame or quiz where you need to guess the game via a Google Earth style like skybox. A minigame or quiz where you need to guess the game, like guess any kind of a game. Yeah, Pixel Shake. That was what I was talking about, but that requires like lots of reverse engineering and stuff. You saw a video on FPS games, and yeah, they do culling, right? Every game does culling, Grayson. So when you're in a 3D game, you don't want to be rendering the whole world because you're only focused on a very small area. So you'll implement culling so that anything that's not in the camera doesn't get rendered, which helps a lot. And then you'll also usually have like a level of detail. So based on the distance away from the camera, some things will use lower polygon models. And that's kind of why when you play a game, some things will like pop into existence. That's because it's going from a low poly to a high poly model. Or vice versa. Did I say very expensive like 6 or 7 times? A lot of times. Also, howdy, Eternal Divine. How's it going? Okay, let's see. Is there anything else I missed? I think I mostly got it. Cool. You used to play a GeoGuessr game that was unique at your old job. They used video of an area based on the video. That's an interesting concept, Dark Sky. So like using videos instead. You would have to have like a big database of videos, right? Like you'd have to have enough to be interesting. But I could definitely implement something like that where it's just not using the Street View style thing. As long as I don't use Street View, I think we can get the cost down. But the trick is getting a ton of high quality images from all around the world. So that is the hard part. And Google Maps has the most. A Kahoot style game? I forget what Kahoot is. Right now the goal is 9-ball and followed by we can do Ludo, I think, after 9-ball. You believe it's temporal aliasing? Isn't temporal aliasing the one that's like really shite and is like awful? Because if you're moving quickly, you can see like ghost images with temporal aliasing. It's like bringing back the old LCD monitor issue of having the same image multiple times. It can make It's not great. Finding match. What is all this and why is this here? Okay, I'll just delete that. And now we have this new code. And I think it is gonna work way better than what we had. So I'm very excited to implement this change. See there, it works. And if I go to a different game, I can turn it on. Like for here, for example. You think I can get all the images or videos from Unsplash? Maybe. But I mean, at some point, people are just going to have like a key value pair. And they're gonna like map it out, and then they're always gonna know the answer. I feel like navigating Unsplash might be a little dangerous, but let's... Like, if I have an image, like Lunar New Year, like, okay, where's this image from? What country? I don't know. Is China? So that wouldn't be great. Like, can you tell me which street this is on? Come on. The only one who could do this is like Rain Man, unless you memorize it all. What have I accomplished so far, Godzilla? Well, we've implemented two things. We did the little thing in Type Royale where it goes bong when you do the wrong character, which I guess Teach would like. I think Teach likes Type Royale. And also have this thing. So now you can see it's working. Ta-da! And it has an ETA as well. Apparently the ETA for this is less than a second. Maybe it should just say like a less than sign if it's less than 1 second. You think he solves it with multiple people to make shorts out of it? Yeah, those multiple people are in his head, Grayson. I don't know, I've seen videos of his. He's freaking wild. What lib am I using for the Canva game? Is it just 3JS? The Canva games. Oh, the Canvas games. No, I use Phaser as well for some of the older ones. 3JS I tend to use for the newer games. Okay, so I think this works. What happens if I go ahead, go ahead and join the same queue real fast. And let me just pop this over here. It's set to 0, 0, and I don't know if that's because maybe it's like sub 1 second. Or if it's because I have a bug. Okay. Why? Why am I still in the queue? What? Okay, well that's a bug. Oops. Great. So, the ETA is working. So that's a nice thing at least. And then if I leave, and let's just go back there, might as well, let's just matchmake again. Am I still in the queue? I am in the queue. Amazing. Great. Awesome. Working as intended. Kind of. Let's fix this. You're learning React now? Heck yeah. I'll make a video at some point, which hopefully might help some people who are trying to get started with the code. But there's so many videos to make. So much. Okay, so I want to be able to leave the queue when I find a match. Because being in the queue when you find a match is kind of very dumb and silly. So let's not do that. So many videos, so little time, I know. This is what AI is going to help me with. It's going to help me make videos of medium quality. Okay, so what I want to do here... We made a few cool things with TypeScript. Yeah, that's the important thing, is like make awesome things. Make things that you love. You know, it's okay if you're not the first person to make the thing. Don't worry about that. Just make something that excites you and interests you. Like when I first got started, I was making programs and things that interested me. Um, Probably don't make the same ones that I did. I'm not a good example there. Um, but they were complex, complicated things. They started off simple and then they grew and grew and grew in features. For Type Racer, can you have blocks of code? Grayson, you have that already. There is a special mode in Type Royale. Find it. It is a secret mode. You make game cheats, boring stuff, pays the bills. Okay, don't say that out loud, Godzilla. Okay, this is how I got sued for like 750K. I mean, like, I'm very fortunate, but just maybe don't tell people that. Maybe don't do that, period. It's not a good idea. Nobody knows you. You're doing something real dangerous there, okay? I'd be careful if I were you. Alright. And then over here we want to go ahead and matchmaking story.set. Unity set to null. Stop searching. You don't do any of that? Okay. Of course not. Right, just a joke, wink wink. FBI, open up. Yeah, this one right here. You saw my vid in Discord. Why did I get sued? Because I deserved it, DR3. Okay. I was making like programs and things. I'll make a video on it. We'll go over it. It'll be like not the next video, but maybe the one after. So next one I'll be discussing Funi and how I built it and why I built it the way that I built it and how to scale and all that jazz and how to build something for cheap even when you've got options like for sale, which try to make it as expensive as possible. Alright, so now I have this thing. It has an ETA. And now I can do this, and it will match. And it joins, and then it leaves the queue. And it works! Amazing! And I can navigate around the site while I'm in the queue. Yes! Much better. Okay. So, now if why the hell is the extend time button like the size of an ant? I don't understand that. Where's my matchmaking button? Matchmaking button. So we can add this back in. We can remove the to-do. We've implemented that. Okay. You love the dark side? Yeah, well, I mean, the dark side got me into a lot of trouble. Okay. Why is the Win avatar off on the second browser? Why do you care? What got me into a lot of trouble? I will explain it at some point. Howdy, Nico. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still coding. We got the matchmaking thing done, and we got some other stuff done. I'll make a video on it at some point, Robotic Head. I don't want to spoil too much right now, okay? You're just gonna have to wait for the video. I'll announce it when it goes out. It's a fun story. It was a very scary part in my life because I thought my life was ending, basically. I was like, oh my god, I'm never gonna make this much money ever. But, things worked out. And it works. That works pretty darn heckin' well. Where do I get my income from now? That's a good question, DR3. Well, I mean, you saw Funi, right? Funi has a few players, and some of my money comes from Funi. Some of it comes from investments. Like, I'm not joking when I say that one of the most important things you can do is invest, right? So, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Like, diversify with, like, index funds and some other things. And basically, you buy stocks that you think are very solid and are underpriced, right? So like if I look at some stocks, for example, Nvidia, I would not be buying. Personally, it could go way up, but people are expecting the world out of this stock right now, and it's kind of like doing really well. So for me personally, I would probably be avoiding this stock, unless it crashes super hard. Like during the time where everybody thought it was over for Facebook, and they thought they were gonna go bankrupt or whatever, that's when I bought, because it was very negative, and it was ended up being a very nice, very good experience. But TLDR is just get index funds. It doesn't matter a whole lot. Just diversify. The stocks are important. There's like a risk premium, and basically, if you do stocks, compounding interest becomes wildly useful. Every roughly 7 years, your money doubles, and so over a long period of time, it's so helpful, right? And I don't really do options plays. You can make some money with by profiting off of like theta decay, but that's come on. I don't think like that's just not really something I can advise. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through here and make sure that we have everything. I think the matchmaking is looking pretty good. Let's see. Oh, I don't want this console log here. Okay, everything else looks like it's probably pretty good though. Something else that I want to start doing is maybe just have well, the LLMs kind of suck at code reviews is a problem. They're too annoying with it. They'll always have some nitpick no matter what. Just because of like how, you know, they're expected to be. I guess you could probably get like a prompt that's really good. Like no nitpicks and make some other adjustments, and then it might be okay. Matchmaking alert, delete that. Severity of the alert, sure, extra comments are nice. This is simplifying that stuff there. Okay, I think that is basically good to go. Have I seen Code Rabbit AI? I'm not sure what that is. Is the goal of Funi to keep adding games? Yeah, basically every game I add is like a multiplier effect, right? So with each new game, we bring more people into Funi, and I just care about the quality. The quality of the games matters a lot. They gotta be good games. Alrighty. Hot take on DeepSeek. DeepSeek sucks. DeepSeek was like so stupid. Oh my god. We used it today for like the animation and type rail that we added. That was the worst one. It was hilarious. Everything else at least understood that the shake was supposed to be left and right. And then DeepSeek is like, oh, let's make the shake for the carrot go up, down, left, right, and sideways. It was the dumbest thing. It was so bad. Um, but I mean, that's typically kind of where I expect DeepSeek to be. It's still incredibly impressive what they have. Okay, I can't say that enough, but it is not the best LLM. See, this is what I mean. We got this thing now, so whenever you mess up, it just kind of vibrates, and everybody loves something that... Okay, anyways, so that is good to go. And now it should be a lot easier now to understand when it's not going to work. I could maybe also make it red when it vibrates, but, I think it's good enough. Why is it... What the hell? I broke it. How did I break this? Matchmaking button is not defined. New lobby details. Oh. Import. That was my bad. Ignore it. It's bug free. Everything's fine. That was a new lobby details. Make sure that it's there. Great. Did I run out of confetti? Yes, that's why my whole Funi site crashed. I ran out of confetti. replace matchmaking dialogue with alert. Oh, I didn't finish it though. I wanted to be able to click on the alert to open up like the... It doesn't matter, I don't need the dialogue anymore. How can a person that admires Funi help for free in any way? Right now we don't really have that, DR3, just because Funi is not open source. I would like it to be open source, but the co-founder is very protective of the code base. I guess for obvious reasons, I don't want competitors. So for now, it's not really possible. But I mean, if you want to reach out to me on Discord, I can set up like a quick meeting or something with the co-founder, and maybe he'll allow it. But he's very protective of the code base. All right. So replace matchmaking dialogue with alert. Pretty good to go here. Has the co-founder even been revealed? I don't think I have. No. Right. The co-founder kind of likes to keep like a low profile on that. And let's go ahead and discard this change here. What if the co-founder isn't real? Yes, it was just me all along. Ha 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 ha. Turns out you can build an entire site like Funi by just yourself. I mean, you can. Okay, let's be real. The vast majority of the code was me, so it's 100% doable. It's hard, and it might be out of reach for a lot of developers initially, but if you keep practicing, you can learn enough skills to build something like Funi. Is it another Twitch streamer? No. Was Pool the first game? No. Papa Word was the first game. Alright, and we go ahead and push. You think good engineers do well if you pair them with good marketing people? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have any good marketing right now for Funi. So I am the marketing. Is it someone from Google? No. Let's see. So now I have this matchmaking. Oh shoot! No! Oh god, no! I hit the matchmaking button. Wait. Okay. I win. Yes. So good at pool. What? Oh, they couldn't join. I broke their room. Oh no, because I'm playing on localhost, and matchmaking made it on localhost. Oh no, I won because I cheated. Oh, that's a terrible experience for them. Okay, I should fix that. I don't think it should actually match people on localhost. As a true CEO, I can cheat. I can win any matchmaking game I play. Ha 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 ha. I should send that person free gold. I don't know who it was. It was some random, some guest account. Oh no. Oh no. Matchmaking is dangerous. I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's do this. Let's disable matchmaking on developer builds. You just discovered me from my quick Google. Howdy Ripple, glad to have you here. So I stream on Twitch and YouTube every other day. And right now we just implemented like a new matchmaking thing. I gotta be real careful with using it. Let me disable the actual matchmaking so I can actually show it. So, okay, let's do this. Do I do like is dev and I don't remember how I typically do this. About development. Yeah, this thing. So blah and matchmaking listener. Great. So if it's not development, then actually listen. Now it won't matter. Now I can't accidentally brick a room. Cool. You can see there it says ETA, it just doesn't work. That's fine. So I added this today. So now you can matchmake with other players, and I can actually just like pop around on the site and I can just do whatever. while matchmaking in any game that I want. So I'm a big fan of that. I might allow moving this. I could allow just dragging it around the window, possibly, as long as you keep it within the screen. But I think for now I'm just gonna have it fixed right up here. So basically, this idea of just being able to drag it, right? Right now you can drag these windows off the screen, like I can make it over here, and though I can't really access it unless I drag that. Well, that's kind of weird, right? So I can't do that for matchmaking. I need to make sure it stays here. But it's just something you can do. For now, though, I think this is fine. Anyways, so I added that today. Let's get this other commit in. I don't want any other devs to accidentally... I mean, I don't think anyone else is actually running the local server. But, disable matchmaking for dev. Or, done another way, maybe I make it so that if it's a local, you know what? I have a better solution. Let's do this in the server. So we will allow this, but then on the server, I'm not going to allow it. So I'm gonna go to the server, and then if the server detects that it's not running with like an actual URL and that it's gonna reply with localhost, it won't create the room for matchmaking. That way I can still test it and everything will be fine. GitHub Desktop is a great tool. I like it just because it's simple, in my opinion. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go here and add the player to a Redis sorted set queue, yada 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 yada. Down here it does create room. So here's, okay, this part's a little tricky. We can't actually call Redis with the get matched players because what's going to happen if I do that on localhost is it's going to remove the elements from Redis. It's going to be like, here you go. These people are ready. I've removed them from the queue. I've done the transaction thing. You're good to go. Add these, make this a room. I can't do that. Because if I do, it's just going to pop people out of the queue, which is like a weird experience. I mean, they'll come back right back in, but it's still not a great experience. So what I need to do instead is I need to set this part up, and I think I just return early here. And then it's gonna do a Redis call because that gets, yeah, it doesn't cache for their name. Yeah, it always queries Redis because it has to be, it has to. Alright. Less error prone to the CLI version. Yeah, I feel like the CLI version is like you have a club, and sometimes the club is fine, but when you're trying to screw in like a tiny screw because like the screw fell out of your glasses or something, the club is not going to be that useful because you just want to make that one small change. You don't want to commit everything. And you can make it work, but like it's not, sometimes having the GUI can be nice. But I do know some people swear by the CLI. You're talking about cryonics? Yeah. This is one of those things that I really wish I could have done for my mom. Like, I just couldn't afford it at the time. Um, like, I think if I had just a few more years, I could have done it. And I wish I had. But, I think it's very expensive. I would have not been where I am now. Assuming I could have even afforded it. So that kind of sucks. Also not sure if she would have wanted that. Okay. So let's see. What do I do here? env fdb redis. I want to check the local server if get server Yuri. I don't have comments on this. Where are my comments? Okay, so if the Yuri starts with localhost, then return this thing. Don't start matches on localhost. This is bad because it forces, or because on localhost players can't join. So don't do that. Great, awesome. Okay, I think this is gonna work now. So now I go here for localhost servers. Great. Okay, now I'm not gonna kill anyone's experience. I feel so bad. I won by accident. Okay. So, now there's a bug in 8-ball pool if you pocket the 8-ball on the break. This one's a bit tricky. So if I go here, I start up the server again, and I start up the pool service, so that way my local host can actually understand how to, like, what the game state is for pool. We can calculate, we can hack with the client to find the very, very best possible move. Now, how do I find the best possible move? Let me think. So we have apply Q hits. This is the thingy that does the stuff. The thing that does the stuff. One of these is pool shoot. So whatever data I send to pool shoot needs to be the thing, and that's gonna break the code. Okay, so angle radians, magnitude English. This is what we have to calculate. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a simulation. I'm going to try every possible angle the same way that the bot does. And I'm going to keep going until I pocket the 8-ball. And then I'm gonna be like, that's the shot I want to make. And then we'll do that shot, and anytime I shoot the ball, it doesn't matter how, it will always pocket the 8-ball. Guaranteed. Have I tried DeepSeek Janus? I don't think I want to DeepSeek a Janus. That sounds like a not great time. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's an actual thing. Janus Pro by DeepSeek. Is this... Let's see. It's not very huge, it's kind of a small Janus. 7B. Is it any good? It's Jan Us. It's a name. Like January US. It's a horrible image generator. Let's see. It seems like it's relatively recent. So what? It's like Flux Dev? Did I actually get the word? That's nice. I don't know like how many words it can do like that. I mean, the tiny little sample looks promising. Not as good by far. I see. Yeah, there's some interesting models out there. You know, I could probably try it actually with replicate. So I gotta be careful with replicate, but if I go here, I could probably type in Janus, whatever. And you can just be like, there's that one there, then there's like, this is the easiest way to run models. It's a bit pricey, but you know, if you can't buy an RTX 5090 because nobody can, this actually winds up being a pretty solid way to test things. Is this really only 38 runs? There's no way. Okay. Wait, this just tells me what's it's doing. What? So you give it an image and then it just breaks it down? Take care, Divine. Dragon Ball Legends, that sounds awesome. You've been using meta to solve captures? Oh yeah, that's a fun idea. So, okay, so let's say we have some captcha. Give me a captcha. Give me an image. This reminds me of my time with MapleStory and having to like break captchas. Oh, that was a fun time. Or like this one. It was pretty simple. It was like that. But I need like a harder captcha. These all suck. They're all readable by humans. Really hard captcha. I can't read that. Okay, I might try that one. Yes. Perfect. What? Oh, it's a Japanese. There's an ah. There's a Greek triangle. Some other kanji here. Dude, that is impossible. Some more Greek characters. B or something. These are crazy. Oh, this. How about this? This one looks impossibly hard. Save image. So what? If I go over here and I upload, is it gonna somehow? Yeah. Explain or describe the hidden text. You like the new sliding puzzle ones? I like those ones because I can actually do those ones. Remember having to remember a pen? Yeah, you just the same digit over and over. Okay. So is this going to decode or can it like do multiple things? Because this here looks like it's going and it's creating an image off of something. Yeah, that's text to image between Janus Pro. So obviously it can do text to image. But this one here is image to text. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm curious what Jippity comes up with. Okay, copy image. And we'll do 4L and we'll do this. Please describe the content of this image, including the hidden text. You won the iCheater Pro? What the heck is an iCheater Pro, Azores? Pro Max? Oh, you won on Funi. Wait, you beat the iCheater Pro Max? No way. There's a bot on Funi. iCheater Pro Max. It's really hard. It's beatable, but it is hard. The chat GPT failed. This is probably gonna fail too. Yeah, okay, so that one's too hard. I mean, I can't understand. I can see a B and a K. So interesting, the CAPTCHA actually did as a CAPTCHA is supposed to do. Alright. Anyways, let's go ahead and do this thingamabobber here. So what I need to do is I need to do like an angle generator that's infinite and will constantly go around in a circle, making the circle finer and finer as it goes. And I have an algorithm for this already. So if I go to services pool, then I will have something in here that kind of figures all that stuff out for me. Alright. And calculate normal shot with a result. I believe all I have to do is copy paste this exact code. I have to give it the balls, the difficulty, and an object ball ID set, as in the balls to hit. Great, but that is gonna do exactly what I need it to. So let's just make this here, and I'll make a file. Let's call it utils.js. I'm literally just gonna copy paste everything because that's gonna do it. It'll make it work. How is O3 Mini High compared to O1 Pro? They're both very solid models, and I'm not sure which one's better. I don't know. They're both really good. I've been using O3 Mini High because it's faster to run than O1 Pro, and because I know it's cheaper for OpenAI to run O3 Mini High. But I don't know which one's better. I haven't like done a crazy benchmark to figure it out. They're both very solid. Gemini also has a very solid model. Their thinking model, Flash Thinking, is very, very good. And it does not get enough attention. Okay, so I need to calculate normal shot here. So this is hit cue ball. Is this not an async function? Is this just void? It's just not async because... yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Gemini 2 of Flash Thinking? Yeah, it's very good. It will hallucinate more, so just keep that in mind, but it's a very solid model. Angle generator, calculate normal shot. I want to calculate normal shot, and now I need to feed it balls and a bunch of happy things. It's not ball positions, is it? What is it then? It's not gonna tell me. Got cue position, physics. I've got physics. Full store.get. Maybe I can just get physics. Maybe that will tell me some stuff. Get balls. That's full ball list. Okay, so now we've got the balls. Great. Difficulty. Definitely hardest difficulty. If physics. Function with a star. Oh, you saw the star. Yeah, that's a generator. So, you know how in Python you have yield, and basically when you call a function again, it's going to pick up from where it left off. This is the same thing. It's a generator function. So this is a special type of function, and if you look here, you kind of see the way that it works. And what this function is doing is it's iterating over in a loop, and every time it goes through the loop, it's getting like finer and finer grained, and then it's like skipping over anything that's already done. And the way that works is like some fancy math stuff that somehow works. It might not be perfect actually. So, yeah, you know what? I think I need to double check the angle generator because it might maybe be returning the same thing multiple times. It's supposed to do this. It's supposed to have, you got a big circle. Great. Okay, first check straight up. Now check straight down. Now to the right. Now to the left. Now divide this one. Now this one. This one. And so you can see it's kind of going around in a loop. And it's getting finer and finer grained each time, always cutting the area in half. I don't think it's actually quite doing that, so you know, I should double check this and maybe make it better in that case. Where is my thing? Angle generator. Yeah, let's do that. You have a strange question. I have a strange answer for you then. Let's just say angle gen 0 and then console log angle gen math pi. Yes, I know that it's missing an e. That's fine. Okay, and that hopefully will tell me what's happening. If it's inefficient, I could use like a set, or I could just rework the algorithm to be better. Because I think the way it works is a little odd. Wait, did it do? It does powers of 2, right? 2 raised to the depth. Okay, so that's correct actually. That way it keeps splitting the circle in half. It might work, but it might not. It might be repeating. Okay, what about object ball IDs? What do I do about object ball IDs? How do I get that? Actually, you know what? I feel like object ball IDs should just be every ball. In fact, I want this to, let's just say it's a new set. We don't actually care about object ball IDs at all, because this is a stupid version. What's the purpose of developing React and Angular and other frameworks? Like, why would you develop something like React? To ease development. So on the front end, there's a lot of gotchas, and I actually experienced from these gotchas with my college professor who had a game that had a website, right, where I performed an XSS attack on his game because he displayed the high scores of users and he didn't sanitize the usernames. So he also didn't sanitize when they were being like included on the site. And so my name was angle bracket script source equals my domain that I own. And because of that, I had full control over that page once I got onto the high scores, which took a very long time. I spent hours and hours and hours. Oops. It was great. It was a lot of fun. It was such a hilarious like class, like when I did it, and we went over it the next day. It was so much fun. 10 out of 10. Do recommend. Would do again. Of course, I told my professor, and you know, I said the fairies had attacked or something. I mentioned this in the video. If you watched the video, I think I briefly mentioned. Actually, no, I don't think I did. But I did show a picture of the site before and after in the video on YouTube. So if you watched that and you paid really close attention, there was a brief moment with like a before and after photo of a website. That was me. I might have mentioned it. I don't remember if I mentioned it on stream or on the video. But it was fun. A lot of fun. Okay, so now we have this object about IDs. We have a best shot. We're gonna increase the panic massively. And I'm just gonna say, panic. Great. Okay, so we go through all this jazz here. Is 8-ball pocketed? Is literally the only thing I care about. If is 8-ball pocketed, then I'm happy. Best shot equals this one. Yeah. Pocket the 8-ball. Do it. Great. And I think we're basically, yeah, that's it. That's gonna make sure that we have a shot. Perfect. So if that is in fact the case, we will do this whole thing here, and we will apply it. So result dot angle radians English magnitude. Basically set everything. And we have to go up here because of course we always use const by default. It is the only sane default. English equals English. Magnitude equals magnitude. Perfect. And I'll say something there. Okay, what about this? Why is English red here? Why is it read only? I thought I said it was not. Ah, this over here is read only. Perfect. A semicolon? Yeah, the semicolons are not actually required, but I like it because I come from Java land and we use semicolons there, and so I'm always consistent with the semicolons. Why is the server freaking out? The server is like not doing its thing. Rate limit exceeded on get user statuses. What? So the local server banned me? Okay, restart that again. Maybe I should bump the limit just a bit, or I need to have like all of the browser tabs for a browser. Banned by the local server. Yes, I banned myself because I had too many clients open, all spamming the server because the server had been down. So fetching public keys like a whole bunch of times. Whoa. Thanks for running this coding stream. Yeah, Neko, sure thing. This makes you feel less alone on an all-nighter. Heck yeah. Yeah, I figure on the days that I do stream, I can just go longer. You know, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. I can code for hours and hours and hours, and it's fun, and I enjoy it, so I might as well. Okay. So, now we have a very cheaty client. Coding is fun with me. Thanks, Laird. Appreciate it. So, my client is so cheaty that if I make a shot, the 8-ball will be pocketed. I said the 8-ball would be pocketed, gosh darn it. What the hell happened? It's doing stuff, it's pocketing balls, but it's not pocketing the 8-ball. God damn. Wrong 8-ball? I don't know what's going on. I have like something that's always pocketing a ball, but for some reason it's not the 8-ball, and I'm very confused. So like I just make a shot, and then it pockets a ball. Guaranteed always pocket a ball. It might foul, it might hit the wrong ball, but it will always pocket something. Is that a really strong stick? Yeah, this is the cheat stick. The cheat stick of acorn power. Perfect. Amazing. You too, if you had a modified version. And this is why Funi is not open source, okay? Like, come on. If Funi was open source, everyone would be doing this. It would be a disaster. Look at that. Look at my shots. I'm just so good at pool. Except that I'm pocketing the wrong balls, but you'd give yourself the dev stick and prod? No, that's mean. I mean, I could use this. I could just I don't have to do it in prod. Right? I can join any of these rooms. I could do matchmaking right now. I get paired up with somebody. I can always auto win because I can force them onto my local server and they can't join it, so I win. Or I can also just have a magic stick that always pockets a ball. You'd add a magic stick that puts all the balls in the hole at once. That would require like some custom logic. I mean, come on, I think one at a time. It doesn't matter if it's all at once, right? Because I can always make the best perfect shot. Um, isn't that evil? Is it? I don't know. I mean, it would be funny. So, it's very tempting. It is very tempting to do like a day or something where I start trolling around on Funi with like all sorts of wild things, and I just like go into people's rooms and matchmake and just always win. Um, or I just like always lose. Like I make it so that I always lose and always pocket the 8 ball or something. I don't think I'd want to always win. I think that's unfair. But if I do something where it's like detrimental to me, I think that could be good. Okay, so what the hell happened here? So we have calculate normal shot. And I have if is 8 ball pocketed. Oh. Return best shot. Maybe that's why. Oh yeah, because it was just making the best possible shot, and I just said any object ball is game. So that's what it was doing, exactly what it was supposed to do. Alright, so let's try this again. So we go to local play. Is there a global chat room? Yeah, you just pop up in the chat. Alright, and now, boom. 8 ball gets pocketed. What? That's not the 8 ball. What? Hold on. What happened? What happened? Is that it goes angle? Oh, I know why. I know why. If is 8 ball pocketed, else continue. Don't accept anything but the best. Also, we have angles. Do these angles work? Pi, half pi, big number pi? What? I don't understand how the angles are bigger than pi. Oh yeah, because it goes to 2 pi, because unit circle. Okay. That sounds good. 1.17 looks new. I think it works. I don't understand why it works, but it looks like it works. Alright. Now, if I refresh, what happens if you do full force? Literally, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter where I shoot, it will always do weird stuff. So like, let's say I go this way. We're gonna shoot the cue ball into the pocket. Ready? See that? It shot the 8 ball into the pocket, just like I said. And now I lose. Perfect. I'm curious. I'm so curious. What happens if I do this? Come on. Is it really this hard to find a shot for an 8-ball? Oh no, this was a terrible idea. Oh no, I'm gonna get disconnected. I didn't think it would take this long. I should have tested it first. Is there any AI bot for this game? Oh no, I'm giving people poor experiences. I just lost. Okay, hold on. Let me kill the browser. Jesus. Nice crash. Is it that hard to pocket the 8-ball? Oh shoot. Oops. Sorry. Uh, hold on, hold on. Let me tip this person at least. There. Okay. There. They at least got something for it. Is there any AI bot for this game? There is for 8-ball pool. So, how the hell? You know what I think it is? I don't think the 8-ball can be pocketed on the break, even if it's pocketed. I think that's the problem. I think is 8-ball pocketed is always false. And that's why it's a, it doesn't seem like, I mean, it seems like we got balls here, happy balls with an 8-ball. So what the hell's going on? How does this make sense? So we have a sensor. It's hitting something. We have balls. How does it looks like it worked there, but it's not working. And I have calculate turn end. I mean, everything here seems like it's supposed to be. I've hit cue ball. We have events. Everything seems fine. So how the heck can I run through 7,000 iterations and yet find 0 angles where it pockets the 8-ball? Maybe what I want to do is maybe I want to change the angle generation. So how does the Q angle work? It starts from 0 is to the right? Just like a unit circle is how I would imagine this. So what if I take the angle that is generated and then I divide it by like a lot and then I subtract half of how much I divided by, so that it's like between like a very small amount. There's got to be an easy way to do this. So let's see, this is calculate normal shot. What do I want here? Where's the angle thingy that we have? Here it is. Okay. So instead of this, I want it to always be in this tiny little range. I should have Jippity do this. See if it can do it. Please change this code so that it returns between 0.125 pi and negative 0.125 pi. Which is... plus 2 pi. I should do this by dividing by divide by big number. So divide by big number is 2 pi over 0.25 pi. And then adding, I'm basically telling it the answer. And then subtracting 0.125 pi. And then fixing the range within 0, 2 pi. O3 many high over O3 many sober? Yeah, okay. Next we're gonna have O3 many crossfaded. I just want O3, okay? I just want O3. I want, like, deep research is really cool, but oh dear god is it slow. Soon on the market will be 8-ball pool. Funi cheat engine? No. Not doing that. Come on. Okay. Divide by 8. Subtract blah. Fix angle. Yee. Thanks, Jippity. Bam. Cool. GPT. It's TypeScript. You can tell because it has a type. For the love of God. Why do I need this in my prompts? Alrighty. Try this again. This is 8-ball pool. The goal of the game is to sink the 8-ball. Let's see if it works now. It might just freeze still. I might have to kill my tab again. Yikes. I don't... Oh, it did something! It did something! I got an achievement for it. Oh, and it's broken! It's broken! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cheat when you get the achievement. But, okay. This is fantastic. This, I can reproduce the bug. Perfect. Awesome. Now I can fix it. But, also, it's like 10 p.m. I've been going for like 7 hours. Do we fix it now? Or do I... I'll let y'all decide. Chat. Do we fix this problem now? Or do I find someone to raid? You decide. I can keep going. Fix it now? Okay, we fixed it now. Alright. So, we have Breaking Bad, and then it's always in the same position what calculation is needed. The problem is the game, like, is back, right? But if you look at the state of the game, it's, like, weird. Maybe for next week what you can do today? That sounds like a procrastination strategy, Azores. We're not a procrastination here. I mean, we are, but, like, I'm not even on RuneScape right now. What am I doing with my life? I'm not even procrastinating. What has gotten into me? Okay. So here we have, on the server, it's awarding Breaking Bad because it's on the break. I don't know why the game didn't end. I'm very confused. It's almost as if I wonder if the code is just like, no, it's not stashed. Did I not ever submit the code that does this thing? To do the thing? You know what? Let's check the history for pool, because it would have been a recent change. So I could have sworn I made a change for pool on the back end to end the game early if the 8-ball gets sunk on the break. And it wasn't a great change, it was just a quick fix, and the reason I did it is just because the game enters a crazy state. So you might notice now it says, oh, you can't hit the green solid, you have to hit one of these other balls. And the 8-ball is pocketed, and the 10-ball is pocketed. But the 8-ball is back in the center. That makes no damn sense. How is this possible? So, if I go to history, we have nerf client cap English. I don't see a change on the server for this. Nothing in here. So it must have just never been submitted. Maybe I dreamt it. Maybe just like dreamt that we changed the code. Remove turn end function, implement about half achievements, other stuff, magnitude stuff. Yeah, this is a year. There's no way it's that old. Fell reason null. That's nothing. Okay, that's just nothing. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fell reason. What if... No, even if I had made the change, it would have still shown up in a commit. So I made this foul reason thing, and I stuck it on the server, and I stuck it on the client, and then I decided to roll it back and not actually implement it. Because I think it was hurting the rating on pool. This was during a time where it would show like a foul message when you hit a bad ball, and it would show another foul message at the end of your turn, which was a bit excessive, and it didn't quite look too great, so I didn't like it. And we just kind of pulled it back out of the code a few days later. Okay, so this is just... yeah, stripes, solid stuff, apex, thingy, bobbers. Nothing too major here. I guess it's just not there. I thought I did something, and it turns out I never did. Okay, well that simplifies my life. Great. In that case, let's fix it. So, if the game is a break, we award an achievement, and then it continues on, but I need to know that the game has in fact reset itself. So I have like got a reset, and okay, I have a lot of these, but one of these is for 8-ball pool. So where does that happen? Pool ball store, it's not there. 8-ball pool game, here it is. If it is a re-rack, reset the game. So that's fine, but what's not fine is I must know that it is a re-rack. So how does that work? So advanced turn input says is re-rack. So this is going to get called when the turn advances, right? If I go to reset, I see that is break is set to true, which means if I advance the game over here, like advance game turn, and after calling advance game turn, which I believe is the code here, if it is a break, we must do more stuff. Next user on team, bot. Where is the code that updates the game state? Advance game turn. I have null and I have some other state. I have this code here. Let's set a breakpoint. I kind of want to step through this. So I didn't run the server as debug. So I have to kill the server, start it up again. And this time, when I trigger the first turn, I should have some state here. Last hit, calculate turn end. Do I have is break on this? No, I don't. What about here? Last hit dot events. I don't know. That's not very helpful now, is it? So how then am I supposed to know that it is in fact a re-rack and to reset everything? Let's see. So it does achievements, it does all that stuff, it comes in here, everything's fine. We have a state. It goes through. There is a game state. It calls update, but it increases the turn count, and it also increases, it sets some other stuff. And that's problematic. Somewhere, update current churn. Where's update current churn getting called from? It's on advanced turn. Okay. And where's advanced turn get called from? Update the game turn. That sets it back to the break. And then advance the turn. Okay, got it. So that means when I come in here, the game is already up to date. Which is right here. If the winning team is null... What? Let's set a breakpoint here. Maybe the game is actually ended or somehow. And so then the game is like continuing on, but that's not supposed to. That doesn't make any sense. But that might explain what I thought had happened. Okay. So we go local play. We go. We make an impossible shot. Okay. I guess continue. I don't know how that happened. Sure. And then I shoot the ball. And then we pocket the 8-ball magically because we're so good at pool. We pocket the 8-ball. Okay. We pocketed the 8-ball because we're super good at pool. Great. Now what? Winning team is null. The game is a break. Set to break. Awesome. Ball positions. We have the ball positions. They're back where they're supposed to be. Shot is null. Everything is fine. So then what the hell? How does that make any sense? Howdy, Seaplane. Somehow, this code seems fine. Is there other data that we're missing? Is this a client-side only bug? Table, ball positions. What about the ball positions? Maybe this is broken. Maybe we forget to restore the state of the balls, and one of these actually says that it's pocketed, such as the 8-ball. Type diameter XYZ rotation. It's not pocketed. So if this isn't pocketed, then how is it The current churn is set to 2. That's weird. Shouldn't that reset to 0? His break is true. There's current churn though, which is positive, and I don't understand that. Stripe's team is set to 1. Did I forget to reset the Stripes team? What does it default to? Maybe that's the problem. So this game here, it's supposed to be null. Okay. Nice. Well, that explains a little bit. These two values, they must be set to null when I call reset. So that helps a little bit. The current team, it's okay if that one changes, that's fine. And I believe it's okay if the current churn changes as well. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that one. That might break things. But okay. Let's restart the server again. We've made a couple of adjustments. So maybe now it will work, but I still don't understand. Okay. So again, this is under pool on the server. For the server, we got advanced turn. Here's where the code is getting strange. But it didn't seem as if we had any pocketed information. Did I somehow pass this to the client? I have to. Ball positions has to have whether it's pocketed. There's no other way. Full ball, pocket. It has pocket. It exists. Okay. I'm not taking crazy pills. So we have all of these different ball positions. So something in here is happening for the ball positions. On game init, which is fine. On advanced game turn, this is not fine. This is the problem. It has to be. Let's think about it. So we have this advanced game turn, right? This is getting called before the game state gets updated. And this is with like whatever the state of our pool service says it's supposed to be. And I suspect this is going to tell it like, oh, these balls are pocketed. So I can set a breakpoint here. Let me just double check, you know, make sure that that's what it's supposed to be. And then it comes down here. If the winning team is not null, this does not trigger. This one does. Which, no, it does not trigger actually. So I think that code's fine. And this code, what is this? Oh, that's just the same thing. We can log it, we might as well. On game minute, no, it's not that one. Advanced game turn. State current churn. Wait, where's the advance coming from again? Game.advance turn. This is on shoot. It's not that one. It's not that one. It must be this one. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna set another breakpoint there too. And good morning. Howdy, Seaplane. I think I said howdy before. And good evening to you. We're trying to tackle a very tricky bug about the 8-ball pool. So like if you pocket the 8-ball immediately, the game just goes haywire and it thinks balls are pocketed and balls aren't pocketed and everything goes crazy. And I'm trying to understand where it goes weird on the server and where it goes weird on the client because things go a bit off. I think we already fixed on the server the team, I believe is now correct. And I think it's now just a client-side issue where it doesn't quite work too well. It freezes for a long time because it's really hard to find a shot that pockets the 8-ball. And it's just gonna freeze until we have one. Hopefully it finds it. Hopefully. I probably should have made it like a delay so that it didn't just... Oh. I disconnected. I finally found one though. That's not fair. That is not fair. Okay. Try that again. This is like... Trying to pocket the 8-ball on the break is, rare. So it's kind of wild that people report this to me like once every couple days. Is it not gonna work? Come on, client, go! No! You know what? I have an idea. I have a plan. As long as one client is connected, we're fine, right? So what if I pop open Chrome and you know what, we'll leave hardware acceleration off, that's fine. And I'm just gonna connect to Chrome as well. So now we're on both. So at least one of my tabs will have a connection. So while this is processing, Chrome is gonna hit the server and I'm not gonna disconnect. Big brain move. Okay. So it's gonna keep going. Hopefully, eventually, it will find a shot. Yes, great. Okay, perfect. So, what happened? So, the 8-ball is pocketed. We know the 8-ball is pocketed. It has a pocket. It's setting the state. That's bad. Okay, so when it comes in here to advance game turn, new game state is bad. So I could have the pool service say, hey, you kind of pocketed the 8-ball on the break, you know, just kind of, that kind of happened. Does it run a small simulation of the game with every possible chance? Yes. Yes. I have an angle generator that always generates new angles, and it will just kind of like, it goes like this, and then like every pass, it gets like more and more specific. So the first pass, it's like 2 of those, and then it's like, okay, how about this one here in the middle? It goes like this one, and then like just so on, and then it does all the angles like that. It just keeps going finer and finer grained. Source of the Cheater Pro Max. That's how it works, Azores. Yes. Good luck today. Thanks, Miles. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're obviously setting something here which is bad, but that's not the end of the world. So then it keeps going. It says advance the game turn, so that's good. And now we have this game balls. So if I go back into balls and go into the state and we see what happens, one of these type 8 does not have a pocket, so that seems like it's fine. That seems fine. This is fine. The game has reset itself. Good. What else do we have? Current turn is 2. Current team is 0. And we don't have a Stripes team. That is good. Still the break. The server seems happy. So, let's disable the breakpoints for now. And we're going to do that again. But this time, I'm going to refresh one of the clients to figure out what state the server has sent to the clients. This is going to tell me if it is just an issue with... Oh, I'm banned because I... Restart the server again. I sent too many packets to the server too quickly because it was frozen. And so the client kept pinging it. I was like, hey, I'm still here. Hey, server. I know I haven't heard from you in a while, but I'm still here. And so it just kind of like buffers and buffers and buffers, and it goes sends them all at once, which is not what you want. That's a bad thing. Okay. So the server should come up soon. Alright, so I do local play again. I make the room by myself. I join on my other tab so that I don't crash. And we're gonna see what happens. I make the shot. Here's the other tab, you can see it. So it's calculating and calculating and calculating. Again, keep in mind, it's going to be a bit slow on Chrome. I have hardware acceleration disabled, so it'll be a bit janky. It's still calculating. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I didn't want this to be enabled. Let's just continue. Quickly continue before the clients freak out. Okay. So I can see that both clients have freaked out a little bit, and both clients think that balls have been pocketed. If I refresh, is it true that the balls are pocketed? Yesn't. What? Okay, so the state from the server says they are not pocketed. The client thinks they're pocketed. They're obviously not, because when I refresh the client, they are not pocketed. But I still have a color. So the server has sent the color information, which is weird. Why does it do that? Let's see. If I go into the pool store, one of these is going to be updating the pool store. So we have sets and we have a bunch of other things. One of these is going to be like a pool updater. Game state updater. It must be this here. Programming stream overtime. I know, we're trying to fix this bug thing. This is a tricky one. This looks like a class. Full game state updater is a class. This is the wrong game state updater. This is not what I wanted. Okay, great. What about use public game state for pool? Use pool is player turn. Solid or stripes text, pool ball updater. It must be this. It seems as if there are a lot of little spots where it updates. Awesome, I love when that's the case, and it's not all contained. Why would it be contained? That doesn't make any sense. Here we go, Stripes team. Well, clearly, the state is weird. Let's just say Stripes team, and then do git public game state. Oh, duh, I don't need to do all that. I have a fancy schmancy function for this. Alright. Take game snapshot. This will tell me the state of the game. Okay, so this is what the server has sent to the client. We have balls. Nice balls. Very good balls. They are fine. The break is true. Team ID is 1. And we have teams. And on those teams, we have users. And I have Stripes team, which is turn for team ID 0. How the hell do I have Stripes team? That doesn't make any sense. So if I go back to pool index on the server, Stripes team gets updated on update current churn, which does not happen. Console log, this update here, null. It must happen here. No, it doesn't update that. Wait, hold on. We got null, we got the winning team, that's fine. Pool update current churn. Did I get a pool update current churn? Pool update current churn, that sounds bad. Stripes team, no! That's where it is, it must be. Okay. Ship it when it doesn't make sense, yeah, let's not do that. But how does that make sense? The state of the game. Thanks, Robotic Head. This does not make sense. Get Stripes team. Return Stripes team. Stripes team null. Oh. Duh. Oops. Right. Of course. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. We should have done it this way in the first place. This is dumb. This is really dumb. Oh look. I already have a protected reset thing that's doing stuff. Wait, how the hell does that make sense? This is supposed to go super reset. Okay. What? This is an abstract. Oh. Oh. Wait, what the hell did I change? Oh. Okay. I got it. I figured it out. Okay. I see now. Last table used to initialize the game state. Why is this here? What does this do? If last table. Okay, if there's a table, then I guess reset everything if there's a table. Alright, take care, DR3. Glad to have you here. How about this? If not this, return. And then we can just... yeah. Perfect. Okay, now it's fixed. So at least on the server, the game should play. But I believe there's still a bug on the client side where when the game does reset back to the break, it needs to clear out a few things. If you just refresh the client, it'll be fine. But I think we fixed it. It was just a typo. I stuck this in the init instead of the reset because I've been coding for 7 hours, 7.5 hours. And this is after, so like I had a meeting today as well before the stream, meeting with like a third party because we're in the middle of not really negotiations, but like implementation. I guess partially negotiations, you have to set up the contract. But we're putting Funi on another game platform, which is going to come out hopefully sometime-ish if things go well. Okay. Let's take a look here. So, got local play, and we start that up. All right. Things are good. And then I make a real simple shot, which is absolutely impossible. I think I made the shot. Wait, what? What? Make the shot. I think I didn't pull it back enough. If you don't pull it back enough, it just cancels your shot. And then we just wait and wait. Things are moving. Kind of. It may not look like it, but it is. It is cranking away. My poor CPU. I'm curious, what is my CPU at for Firefox? Oh, Jesus. Chrome is using a fair bit. Oh, God. That's crazy. I think that's because of like no hardware acceleration. Chrome is actually just wrecking my CPU. Okay, I'm gonna relaunch this. Wait, what happened? What, it finished? It made a shot? Global socket disconnected? Hold on, let's try this again. Okay, make a shot. Please. Please. Oh, you know what's happening? It's airing out. I have a limit to how long it tries. So, I only do 7,500 iterations. At which point I give up and I say, hey, I tried. There's nothing. You cannot get the 8-ball pocketed in this configuration. Go home, try again. I think that's what's happening here. So I have two options. I can either just make a new game, or I can just keep trying forever. I guess this configuration just does not have a solution. I think. Is my thing gonna ever finish? I was trying to open the console. I think that was a terrible idea. Fine. I'm gonna try a different room. That one just did not work. Alright, let's try this again. Come on. Please, find one. Find a shot. You know, I wonder how rare this achievement is, actually. Does anybody have it besides me? I kind of cheated on it. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Okay, so this should not set the team. It should reset the game. It does. Yes, that's good. We've reset the game, and I think it's working. There is a client-side bug still, but if I refresh, everything is fine. So I think we're good. Bug fixed. It works. Right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna find someone to raid now because I've been going for like a very long time. And at this point, like everyone's like falling asleep. They're like, oh my god, how are you still going? So let's find someone to raid. Oh, okay, well I guess not everyone's falling asleep. Okay, howdy, Europe, and everyone who's awake at this hour. Let's see. How about Adam is still going? That's wild. We've got, yeah, let's do, how about Adam or something? The day has just begun. Fair enough. I mean, for me, the day has just begun. I could go for like another 4 hours, but I probably should save my voice. If I don't, I'll be like hoarse, tomorrow or something, probably. Y'all dreaming at this point? Dreaming of code, I hope. Alright, let's find someone here. So I think I know who I want to raid already. Who is this guy? Vladim? Never heard of him before. But, wait, okay, hold on. Chat, it's for science, okay? That was science. Same category. We've got Adam Jonas and PPY. This is the creator of that one rhythm game or something. See. Who else do we have? How about Adam? He's making a really cool game. Does great art. Alright, take care, y'all. I'm glad to have you here. And surprised so many of y'all stuck around, even for this late stream, so appreciate it. Take care. And thanks again, Tej, for raiding, and for Chris as well. See ya. Oh, Adam is ending the stream soon? Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, we'll raid someone else then. Who do we raid then? I don't know. How about, is PPY on? Okay, cool. We'll just do oh right, he doesn't accept raids, of course. Okay, fine. Retro FPS game dev in Godot. Sure, we'll do Godot. That sounds fine. Alright, take care, y'all. For real this time.